Alright, hello everyone! Welcome back to Phoenix Wright. Tonight we finish off the original Game Boy Advance trilogy. We only have one little bit of the final case left to go. I don't know exactly how long this is going to be, but I assumed it was going to be at least a couple of hours. I imagine it will, because it's the final part and all that. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited to see where this case ends up going, because there was a couple of very interesting cliffhangers that we left off on, if I remember correctly. First of all, we never actually got to see Maya in the tunnel, or who keeps putting on these locks on said tunnel, or any of that. So we have to, like, still figure that out. I think she was supposed to show up for the trial today. I think they were... Oh, yeah, that's right, because she was... they're, of course, going to convict her for the murder, of course, because... Why wouldn't they? Because someone once again wrote her name in blood on a statue, and the police just love to follow this clue as if it's, like, actually some valid clue and means that they did it. Like, as if a killer is going to... or a victim is going to successfully be able to write their killer's name. It's like they watch too many movies or something. I don't know. It's stupid. Hopefully this happens less in the next trilogy, which is something that we'll get to about what exactly will be happening after we finish this game.
Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, Pearls.
Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's going to happen to Mystic Maya?
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation's still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall?
No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Wait, why is she in the prosecutor's lobby? Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? They change who the culprit is, then? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but... Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work in the Sacred Cavern.
Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Oh yeah, they had to like brute force it by trying like every one of 500 possible combinations for every lock. Like, is that really what they had to resort to? Surely there had to be a better way. I feel like that would never happen in real life. They would make plans for like demolition of those locks. Like they would get someone in with bolt cutters or something. Yeah, thanks Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I could already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. Is he gonna get a second thoughts? Maybe he's gonna become a defense attorney for real after this game. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Denum. No, I mean Miss Misty Faye. Impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And that woman is really after. I'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Oh, we're not having the Canadian anymore? I guess we're doing everything by the book this time. Classic show-off. With a classic judge. Your Honor, well, what are you...
Who? Me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. Well, that explains a lot. Wait, does that mean this guy's Canadian as well?
My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
Number 1. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understand exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean, forget it.
What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Has anyone, like, has he ever had a client that's discussed anything with him? It's like they don't even care.
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
We're gonna have to cross-examine it. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore.
It's alright. What is it?
Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Denim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place.
They don't even let the defense give their side of the story in court. I mean, true. I feel like that might help their case. But these courts seem very much well, we accuse you of doing it. Tell us why we shouldn't accuse you of doing it. And you have to provide evidence for it. No, nothing else matters. No, you can't make up any reasons or excuses. If you can't disprove our claims, then our claims are true.
After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct.
You know, something's really wrong when even your defense attorney is surprised at your claims. I mean, it's in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Number 2. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Godot. This is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this. It looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris is covering for someone? I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket.
I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. So she was trying to protect Maya? Wait, so you're telling me that Maya's mom wanted to actually do something to fuck up the main family? Her own daughter? Seems like that's what she's implying here. Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. He's naming Maya? Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. Oh wait, no, she's saying that she did the murdering. Yeah, like Maya would want to murder her own mom. I don't think she even knew that her mom was there. I don't think either of them knew who she was. Terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. Okay, yeah, this is a little shit. Then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous. I could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case wound up in this... going in this direction. I went to the inner temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday. And Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was... that woman. Iris even admitted it. Yeah, but didn't Iris admit it in the very testimony he just crumpled up, saying it was a complete lie? Like, that's not what, that's what he crumpled up, right? It was like, no, this is useless evidence. It was all bogus. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Okay, let me just save here. Sister Iris, your testimony's changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection!
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. That's not how court works! By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. Have a conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as heresy. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor.
So apparently they had a fight in the garden. The garden next to the temple that Maya was in, doing her training, across the bridge that burned down. You're saying that the victim attacked Maya, I mean, Miss Faye?
Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse.
What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting?
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right.
I don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
I would at least want to kill Maya. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached her into a rope for a weapon.
Wait a minute. What was this weapon?
It was some kind of dagger.
A dagger, huh?
And at least O'Neill would try to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly.
Huh.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce.
How do you mistakenly take a swig of that? Like, in what situation would Worcestershire sauce be in a cup similar to coffee? They're in completely different bottles. You know, you're both ignorant and stupid, and I'm gonna show you why.
Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do you have a problem with Iris's testimony? Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But this witness is your client.
Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay now, let's continue. She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
She threw her staff away.
Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff?
Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, alright.
Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this.
And then?
Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike.
Now, can we try and plead self-defense on this one? Because that might be a good idea.
Witness, are you absolutely certain? Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something... Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see.
This is bad. I still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in her testimony, Maya's gonna get blamed for this.
I only have this to say.
Okay, well even she's claiming it was self-defense. So you're saying Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Elise Denim? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw?
Yes. Right. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, then the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this.
I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it.
There's only one thing you need to get, Wright. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold.
Self-defense still leaves her with you murdered a person unconscious and a real killer still at large. Well, yeah, I mean, you still killed someone at the end of the day, but I mean, it's better than, like, premeditated murder.
What does that mean?
No, waiting for me to point out the contradictions? Was he he knows this witness is lying? Was he not telling us? To avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, I think it might actually hurt our standing with the judge. First, I need to pick her testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know why Iris would tell a story like this. There are two things I noticed that just don't add up. Two things? I noticed one. Okay, strike. Threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside rope. So I think this is the one we need. Obviously, because it was added to the testimony. Phoenix Wright wants the truth more than he does the one. Well, yeah, but like, what if the truth actually is self-defense? So, like, what if Maya actually did kill her mom in self-defense? I mean, that could be the truth, for all we know. But I think we know what the dagger is, and I'm thinking that's what we need to do here. Sword hidden inside, no one knows this except me and Detective Gumshoe. I mean, her testimony sounds pretty true. It all lines up when you think about it, knowing this. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events.
Huh?
Miss O'Neill throwing away her staff makes no sense at all to me.
But you can... All you can do with a staff is hit someone.
Well, if it's like a really pointy staff, I feel like you could probably stab someone with wood. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise O'Neill really had wanted to kill IFA, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger, knowing she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? Then we make up evidence that it was a suicide and lie through her teeth every time she asks for oh my god. Come on. Look, Phoenix wants the truth. He's not going to stoop to Edgeworth's levels here.
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose dagger over her blade.
Well...
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument.
Mr. Wright?
I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Mr. Elise O'Neill would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Where's her profile? I'm pretty sure that's what we want. Yeah. Elise O'Neill would never have attacked Maya Fey.
How can you be so sure?
Because the victim's real name was not Elise O'Neill. Her real name was... Misty Fey.
Fey? No. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Kudain channeling technique. She's also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
No, Your Honor. I'm lying in court for the fun of it.
Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise O'Neill actually the great Mystic Misty?
There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
It was her mother. What if what if there's a twist and she's actually not dead somehow? Like, I'm trying to think how they could pull it, but I almost feel like they could pull it off. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing.
Order! Order in the court! Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented...
Hey, Gradient, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. I'm excited to see the finale of Phoenix Wright 3. It's been a very long time coming, and when did we start streaming these games? Like, March or something like that? Late February? It was a while ago by this point.
One, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, when taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing.
Yes? What is this one little impossible thing?
You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession,
had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
Oh shit, a dagger with blood. Damn, gone pretty far. Yeah, like, I mean, we still have, what, 6 games to go. No, I guess 8 games to go. Holy shit, yeah, we still have 8 more games to go, but we're getting there. I plan to do the 3 to 6, or 4 to 6, and all the spin-off games as well. Eventually. I mean, I don't know how long they'll actually end up taking. Some of those games are quite long. But yeah, we're getting through them.
Is that the dagger that the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. Do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Maybe the police already picked it up? Well, no, because he just said you sent Gumshoe to go investigate again.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Wait, where did they fight? Okay, the back of the pine tree to me is the side opposite we see from here. So the side that's like closest to this corner of the wall on the left. How in the world, if the two people are fighting here, let's say because it's the most reasonable place for two people to fight in this location, how does a knife go from here all the way to the backside of this tree? I don't think it got thrown. Someone had to have placed it there.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee.
Wait, I thought you said you were on your 8th. Did you manage to drink 5 cups of coffee in the time span it took for this witness to explain her confession? Didn't you say it was your 8th just a few moments ago?
And I have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now.
Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we could consider her testimony to be credible.
What about the part that they were mother and daughter? Where's the motive? I mean, I guess we don't technically need motive at this very moment, just the fact that, yeah, this probably happened because we have a dagger.
You girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern.
Okay, a long shot theory. What if that's not actually Maya? I know that we're not ready to start explaining the intricacies of spirit channeling yet, but I have a feeling it's going to be integral to this case.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Isty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
I don't think they would have recognized each other at all, because, like, Maya's, like, how old? 19? Or something like that? Yeah, 19. She would have been, like, fucking 2. I don't think she would have. And then Pearl, of course, wasn't even born yet, so yeah, I guess that would explain why they wouldn't know who she is. Even if, like, Misty is really famous.
That does seem reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
I mean, I certainly don't remember shit from when I was 2. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark when the two of them were, so... I think that's why they didn't see me.
I remember Maya herself saying... Oh, can't read that. She didn't recognize her mom on the scroll. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, when you examine the scroll, before it gets covered in, puke, gravy, curry sauce, whatever the hell that stuff is supposed to be. I think you're right, she did comment how she didn't realize it was her mom. But she recognized the symbol, and then that's, I think, how she put 2 and 2 together. But yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense for her to recognize who she is in person, because the last time she would have seen her, she was, like, still a baby.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
Was it dark in the garden? I mean, there was a lantern there, or maybe it just wasn't lit. What happened to the victim's staff, then?
I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I couldn't really see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elise raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet.
What did the victim do with the weapon was stolen from her?
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim?
Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger.
Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. Yeah, it's totally not her. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. You know, I wonder if they show who's throwing Godot the coffee mugs in the show. I'm looking. I held off on watching season 2 because it was like literally just this whole game. So obviously I didn't want to see it before playing it. But I wonder if they ever like give an explanation as to where he gets all the coffee from. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
So that's when she got stabbed. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? I mean, you were standing behind the lantern. How did you see any of this? And it was dark. How can you tell for sure?
Yes, I'm almost certain.
Almost?
The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who.
What'd she just say? Did she just, like, throw out... She just ruined her own testimony with that line. So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. Objection. We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Donim. Isn't it very obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes.
Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung toward the tree after the struggle. Okay, after listening to the testimony, the dagger in the tree thing kind of makes sense now. There's more room in that garden than it appears based on the perspective we see.
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away?
Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible. Which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Unless it's not impossible. Maybe Maya's been, like, lying to us this entire time. She's actually a cold-blooded killer. Alright, Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Okay. Dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Mystic Elise was the one who, on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Okay. Oops. Okay, what kind of evidence do we have related to this area? Because we know that this staff ended up at the backyard of the main temple. So someone carried it back along with the body. I mean, I'm guessing it was probably her. Maybe. We don't know whose blood this is, so that's irrelevant. Worn by at least a name found in the garden of the injured temple. I don't think this is necessarily relevant right now, because it hasn't been brought up. I don't know what that would prove. So this would have fallen out of the staff. So someone probably picked up the staff, picked up the body, transported it back, and then this sphere would have fallen out at some point. It does have blood on it, though, which is a little strange given the situation. I wonder if this is something we need to present. Dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. I'm just trying to think of, like, how did Elise's blood get on that sphere after it was stolen? Mystic Elise was the one on defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. So the... Stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff. Okay. So when did she lose the staff then? Or did she have it the whole time? No, she tossed it. It fell away. So briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Could this be the contradiction, maybe? And then maybe, like, the opposite kind of happened? That's why there's blood on the marble? That could be it, because I'm trying to think how else blood got on it. Because if the staff was, like, stolen away or dropped or hit of whoever's hand at some point, and that's why the dagger was brought out, then if this is the only attack that was successful with the staff, then that would be why there's blood on it, because it wasn't used for any other part of the fight. And I doubt that this blood would have splattered from the knife wound all the way to the sphere, wherever it is, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Aside from that, though, we don't have any real info. Well, these are the only two things that we found in the garden, and then there was the dagger, but I don't think that's necessarily useful right now. She dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly she was on defensive with her back to stone land. So the weapon in this case, I think that's referring to the dagger, right? Or is this the staff? I guess this is the staff. Okay, area's very dark, so I couldn't really see. Think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. Okay. Dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground, and then at some point Mystic Maya picked it up. Okay. So then, that's when the dagger came out. So that means if we wanted to try using the marble, then it would be either this one or this one. Next attack and stole her weapon. I'm gonna try this one. I don't think this is right, No, okay. It seemed plausible because it's like, well then, if she was struck, then why is the victim's blood on it and not Maya's? Okay. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Okay, what do we have about this knife here? Naviat trainer in Temple Guard and Blood's being analyzed now. But we don't... Can we use this dagger right now, considering we don't know whose blood it is? That's the only thing. This is from... No, that's that photo, okay. So we can't do anything with that. So the only potentially relevant pieces... Unless this is something. Which ever use it. Okay, so this was I don't think that's relevant yet. But I know that has something to do with it, because those were instructions to go to the garden. Morgan Fay instructed Pearls to go to the garden and do something. But we don't know what yet. Okay, what do we have here? Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise was the one defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Okay. Dodge Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Could this be where the pearl came from? No, because the weapon she's talking about, I'm pretty sure, refers to the dagger, right? Okay, let me... I'm gonna press this one again quickly. Or is this just... This one's just gonna talk about where she was standing. Right. They're standing at the garden stone lantern. Right, we know that. Watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark. Couldn't really see anything. I think that's why they couldn't see me. Okay. I wonder if that's relevant somehow, is the fact that it's dark. Like, can I catch her on something and be like, well, you sure you saw this weapon? Maybe actually you didn't see this weapon because it's dark. Suddenly Mystic Elise was the one on defense with her back to the stone lantern. It's also possible we need to, like, press these again with the hope that one of them has more info. Okay, so Maya apparently cornered someone. This is all the same. So Maya back the victim. Okay, then she... Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. I mean, this feels like the most straightforward of ones to present on, but what are we presenting? You know what? Maybe this is where we present the marble, because did she stab or did she, like, clunk her over the head with the staff? Because the victim's blood's on this. No, okay. I don't know, I'm probably caught up too much on this marble. I don't think that's gonna be necessarily it. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Do we know anything about this? Do we have anything that would, like, disprove that Maya was here? I thought, because, like, wouldn't she have been in the temple by this point, training? I'm trying to remember the actual timeline of events. Because she was killed at, do we have the autopsy? Yeah, she was killed between 10 and 11. Body fell 10 feet after death. So that was probably when it was, like, possibly tossed out the second story window in the courtyard. So that was probably part of the cover-up, and that's probably not actually relevant. Okay, so she died between 10 and 11, because by that point, Maya should have been inside the temple training. I'm at a complete loss of what I'm supposed to do here, because maybe I'm forgetting something from last week? Or what? But none of this really seems like it's contradictory. What did Wright say at the end here? He's supposed to start first, but one thing that's completely impossible. Okay, so what is the one completely impossible thing? Is it the dagger, maybe? Or just the idea that she didn't stab someone? Yeah. Faulty testimony must contain another contradiction. It's somewhere. Well, because the only thing I know is that she should have been inside the cave at this point in time. And not only that, it's reasonable to think that that lock was on the cave. So how could she have possibly escaped with the lock in the way? But we don't have anything that, like, says that she was in the cave during this time. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. Then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. So this is the weapon. Weapon in this case refers to the dagger, because the staff should have already been smacked away by this point. So I don't know where that sphere with the blood would have come from, but I'm guessing it's probably not the case here. Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. I mean, that makes sense. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Didn't she also say that it, like, missed and hit the lantern or something? Almost certain. Almost? Garden was dark. Couldn't really tell who was who. Right, yeah. Could have been someone else entirely. Well, we know that Maya Fey was there, but I think she was, like, locked in the cave. Or was supposed to be in the cave. Why would she have left the cave? Two of them face each other for a moment. Mystic Maya rushed straight into her. Okay. And she doubled over and fell to the ground. Right, because she was just stabbed. Now, okay, wait. Wait a second. The blood's only on the very tip. Didn't we have, like, a whole thing about how blood... that, like, when you stab someone... that, there's not, like, a lot of blood until you pull it out? But not only that, there's only blood on the tip. We had this exact same problem last time. How there was, like... blood... the amount of blood contradicted the testimony. I'm wondering if that's possibly what's going here. So, do we have something that, like... it was one offensive backstone lantern. Okay, so... Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. It's a very small stab, though. Like, maybe... No. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. But if she just got stabbed, how did she fling the knife away? I guess she would have had to pull it out, but... Okay, no, I was thinking, like, how'd she fling the knife if, you know, she just got stabbed? It's inside her. Okay, Mystic Maya stabbed. Okay, I don't know if it's probably the knife. It's probably the knife because the knife makes the most sense because we just got it as evidence, but I'm not sure where the hell we're supposed to put it. Any profiles that would be useful right about now? Not really. Except the fact that she went there, which, I mean, we all know that she did. That much is true. It's now missing. Is that really it? Is that she's missing? Dodge Mystic Elise is next. Okay. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Do we try that? No, okay. I was thinking like she couldn't have done it because she wasn't even there. She's missing. We don't know where she is, but no. So she dodged the attack, stole the weapon. Mystic Elise was the one on the fence with her back to the stone lantern. Do we remember? Okay, well, wait a second. Present the autopsy report. Let's see. Oh! I guess I missed the obvious bit there. Studying one defense with her back to stone lantern, that's when to say, okay, it has to be this with the autopsy report, because you can't do a backstab if your back is against the stone lantern. Holy shit, how did I miss that? Staring me in the fucking face. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. That took me way too long. I apologize. Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions.
What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony?
According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct?
Yes, that's right.
But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I could also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
Certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it?
Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Gito, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. Human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light?
By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, should the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to be nearly pitch black in the garden that night. What do you mean wick? It's not a giant candle, it's a lantern. It's probably got, like, kindling inside. It's a fire you light. It's like saying a campfire has a wick. Could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Ghost and lightning.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. It hasn't chased a single contradiction away. If anything, it made the contradictions more concrete. Because you just proved that there wasn't enough light. You just agreed that she couldn't have seen anything. So how can we take her testimony as fact here if she admitted herself to not being able to see and you corroborated it? Hey Donald, how's it going?
the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. Well, I mean, it's one possible explanation for it, but go on. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? What are you getting at? You seem to be having an ulterior motive here, Mr. Godot. Order! Order! Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Ah, there it is. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. A lantern from the inner temple will garden was not lit the night of the crime. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. Wait, Godot didn't know about it either? It says Maya upside down. Wait, he managed to figure out it says Maya upside down? That's impressive. I would not have expected that from the judge. What the? Oh, yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic at least didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. Even though it was right side up, it's hard to tell. Yeah, but that just makes it more impressive that the judge managed to figure out that it was upside down, and that it says Maya. I mean, the reminder that this is the same judge that has made, like, several crazy assumptions. Not figured out, like, the stupidest, most straightforward shit in, like, every single case. And yet he was able to tell that. He was the first person to jump on the idea. Watch, he's gonna do it again here. He was the first person to jump on the idea that, oh, well, Maya's name was written on blood on a receipt. Obviously, she did it. It's gonna happen here, too. Well, okay, well, it will happen here anyways because of her testimony, but it's gonna happen even more because it's written in blood. It's the blood that was drained out of her body. It certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Oh yeah! It's never come up before. But he did mention something very specific about his eyesight. Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark. And that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking it somehow. I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. I believe it has now been established that Mr. Neem was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. So this is when she did the cover-up. Okay, now the pearl's probably going to be important. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the blood from the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... used the Shichi Shito to alter the way the wound looked. So what you're saying is she was actually stabbed in the front, but then you made it look like she was stabbed from behind. So the autopsy report is wrong? I feel like that'd be a weird thing for an autopsy report to get incorrect. Like,
near impossible. Yeah, like, I mean, we all knew it said my upside down. Any reasonable person could see it. The judge is not a reasonable person. It's a wonder that he's even on this stand.
So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor.
I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid.
Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
And then other times he drops his pencil conveniently so he can cower underneath his desk. Isn't your job as a judge to mediate the argument?
It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
So then, you knew. You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey.
Yes, of course I did.
That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position.
Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved the body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh? So she dragged it across the bridge, thanks to all the snow. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge.
It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple code. Well, thanks. That means Phoenix Wright isn't an idiot. Meanwhile, the judge's younger brother definitely is. Actually, no, he's not either because he caught it from Phoenix. Wait, does that make Phoenix really smart because he was able to pass on his code to someone else? It's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple.
I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible.
Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile. I knew that would show up sooner or later.
Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge.
Wait. Oh, I see. Yeah, the other way. Duh, I don't know what I'm thinking. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yeah, about the snowmobile. Let's start with that. We'll go through both of these. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride.
Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge.
I'm sorry, witness. But now, I've got a problem with your testimony.
Excuse me?
Doe, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the trial to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall her comments on the subject.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean.
The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Well, hey, that's my job here, okay?
Order! Mr. Godot! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay?
Well, maybe Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it.
You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just... you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I want to say. Smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that.
Yes, sir.
What's that all about? Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transport the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard? Yes, I thought that way. Mr. Mystic Mind would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway, and then
And then she used the statue to alter the corpse. Okay, I want to go back to this one, and we're going to go back to the question. I'm going to ask the other question. I don't know if this is any different. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
His picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride?
Yes, I think they are.
So the footprints would be Sister Bikini, and then those are the tracks back with the snowmobile that she left. But I can only see one set of tracks here.
I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped.
Yep, that tracks with the weather report. We went over this yesterday, after all.
That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
We'll add it to the record. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Wait, doesn't it? Am I wrong? Snow, 7 to approximately 10:50. Lightning from 10 to 11. Didn't we, like, say that the murder could have taken place after 10:50 and before 11? Like, isn't that what the autopsy report... It agrees with the autopsy report. 10 to 11. So, couldn't that have happened? That she left Hazakura Temple, went to the other place after 10. So 10 o'clock she rings the bell. Then she uses the snowmobile to head over to the other temple across the bridge. Notices Maya and Misty fighting at some point between 10 and 11 after she already got there. Takes the corpse back at around 10:50 when the snow stopped. Like, that makes sense to me. I'm gonna have to try and figure this out, I guess, because I'm guessing this is the next puzzle here. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go with this one and then we'll take a look at the next one. Is this that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you?
Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst.
Probably. More like definitely.
I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Donine. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing.
There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true?
Yes, I am.
When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear.
But that's right. I'm certain of it.
I think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here?
The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. It'd mean there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie The Grid Revelations. Wow. Okay. We're gonna throw shots at that, are we? Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. What if she was also paid off by, Morgan? Like, or what if the letter was actually... No, because, like, Pearl said she got the letter specifically. She went and visited her mom and was given the instructions. But what if Morgan contacted this temple and was like, hey, you should try and kill that, Elise person that's gonna come by, because she's actually, you know, Misty Faye, and I want her dead. Well, maybe she didn't say that part. That might have ruined her plan. Okay. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. This is clearly what we want here. It seems like her contradictions are just like, we're summarizing the events and the things that we went over last time. And, I mean, we went over the snow heavily last time. So do we want to present this? Because the snow already stopped by then. I don't recall, I'm trying to recall if there was another possibility. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Ah, this is it. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. So she was able to come back. Then she would have had... The murder took place before 10:45. And the cover-up also took place before 10:45 because... Otherwise she would have been stuck on the other side of the bridge. What do you mean that's not it? It really does contradict it, because the snow could have stopped falling, because she would have had to go across the bridge, because it would have already been destroyed. Ah! What do you mean? Snow had already stopped. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. No, it couldn't have. Okay, what are we presenting then? No, not that one. Where's the crime scene? The other crime scene. This crime scene. Wasn't this like the clue last time? It was like, hey, there's still snow here. Oh no, but okay. The cover-up would have happened after the snow stopped. But the actual murder itself would have had to happen before the snow stopped. Is that what we're presenting here? I don't know what else we can present. Okay. Tracks photo. That's this one. So we know the Tracks back, like, if she used the snowmobile to go there, then she went when it was still snowing, that's why they got covered up, and then she came back after it stopped snowing. See, this feels like a contradiction on itself. Because... Did she just... No, okay, they say it takes about 5 minutes. I don't know, that doesn't seem right to me. So I think they said, if I remember correctly last time, they said it takes about, was it 5 minutes or 10 minutes by snowmobile to get back to the temple from the bridge? Because if it's 10 minutes, I guess I could kind of see it. Like, you get across the bridge and on the snowmobile just before the lightning strikes the bridge. And then you get here by 10:55, which means that these tracks, at least around here, would be very visible around then. But that wouldn't explain the footprints, because the footprints... What did someone do in those 5 minutes? Like, where did they go? Because, oh no, those are bikinis, and I can't remember where Bikini said she was. But I think that we figured that part out, so that's fine. It was about 5 minutes. Okay, thank you, Wings. Yeah, so it was about 5 minutes. So, like, to me, that seems like a bit of a stretch then, because, okay, if the murder took place on the opposite side of the bridge, and we know for a fact the body came back over the bridge, then that means that the murder and the cover-up had to have taken place before 10:45, because 10:45 is when the lightning struck the bridge. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. It took about 30 minutes for the fire to go out. No one's going to be crossing the bridge during that time. You're not going to go over a flaming bridge. You're not dragging a body over a flaming bridge. And you're certainly not going to even survive going over a flaming bridge, as Phoenix found out. So that means everything had to happen before 10:45. So by the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped is not true. But this is not what you present here? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, what else do we present? So we tried this on this one. This has to be the statement. This is what we're adding. This was just added. Is it the crime scene photo? Koyo or Elisa Nin was murdered. Because we used this last time to be like, well, she was obviously murdered after the snow had stopped. But we know that's not true because if she was murdered on the other side of the bridge, that can't be true. Did we click through this already? I think we did. Yeah. There's only one reason I can think of. That's fine. Okay. Move the body from the inner temple myself, drag behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and then use the Shichi Shito to alter the way the wind looked. Right. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Maybe it's the autopsy report. No. Something about the time is obviously wrong here. The weather report contradicts it. But that wasn't what you present here? That's crazy to me. That's got to be the crime scene photo. No. Okay, so the three obvious things here are not it. I feel like this statement is what we need. But there is... Okay, well, there is the possibility... I'm going to press this again. Is there a different statement that can be appended here? It was very cold that night, so I wrote it all the way up to the foot of the bridge. Right, and then Godot has problems with that. After the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked back from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. Right? Fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Calling her comments on the subject. Way back to Hazakura Temple. It was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. So that means that either A, she didn't use it, or B, her timeline of events are very different from the truth. Snowmobile's in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, yeah. Okay, she missed it. Maybe she just didn't see it. Well, okay. So you think she missed it? It doesn't sound right. Because it would have been covered in snow the whole time. Because in the picture we saw, it wasn't covered in snow, which means that someone had used it. So something with the snowmobile here is probably what we want to present. But the only thing with the snowmobile is the picture I just tried presenting. And it's not it. Alter the way it looked. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. This has to be what we present. So how do we, like, prove that the snow hadn't stopped? This was found in the snow, I think. So, I mean, that could have been it? Because it was almost buried? No, okay. Let me just load the save here. Save ourselves some time. What else can we present at this point? That's worthless right now. That's not anything. So we tried that. We tried this. Wait, did I try this one? Oh, I tried the crime scene. I don't think I tried this. Well, I tried it now. Okay, what else can we try then? When did the bridge become impassable? 10:45. But like this was the very first thing I tried was the weather report. So she said it had stopped snowing. It's then stopped snowing until 10:50, but the bridge was struck at 10:45. So it's literally impossible for that to be the case, because anyone coming back across the bridge, it would have had to have been snowing. Because by the time they would have had to cross the bridge before 10:45. So for her, since she rang the bell, the 10 o'clock bell, headed to the temple, she would have had to do whatever she did over there before 10:45. The body crossed that bridge at before 10:45, when it was still snowing. I thought for sure the weather report would have been what we present here, because that literally contradicts everything she just said. I'm trying to think of like what else we could possibly present. So I figured this for a similar reason, because the snow, and we were talking about the snowmobile earlier, so I thought that might have been it. We used this photo the last trial day to be like, oh, well, the body, you know, wasn't there before it stopped snowing. It came after it stopped snowing because it's not covered in snow. Which does create quite the conundrum of its own, because if the body was on the other side of the bridge, but it's not covered in snow, then how did it get across the bridge after it stopped snowing? Is it one of those things where you need to present it where she says she crossed? Oh, maybe. I just figured it was this. I got too hung up on this because we added it to the record, and that's usually where you do it, but you're right. Use the snowmobile, dragged it across all Dusky Bridge. It could be. I mean, the only thing is this doesn't mention it stopped snowing, so it doesn't, like, whatever I present here about the snow timing wouldn't really contradict anything, but you could be right. I'm trying to think if they've done that before. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. If she dragged the body, don't you think that, like, this would be different? Or is it? Like, shouldn't there be some evidence of her dragging the body? It doesn't look like it was dragged at all. Okay. Alright, well, what else does she have in here? I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. Do we present the picture there? Because the snowmobile seemed like it wasn't used until after it stopped snowing, because the tracks are still fresh. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna try the snowmobile picture here. No, okay. I'm open to trying new parts of the testimony here, but I still feel like this is it. Yeah, use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. That's fine. Dragged it across. This part's kind of weird to me. And she used the other sword to alter the way it looked. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That's clear as day in that photo. Someone stabbed her with the other sword. Seems likely post-mortem, given today's evidence. Okay. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. What are we presenting here? Because, like, I feel like we gotta be like, no, how could you have taken it across the bridge? Because this is, like, the bridge is on fire. Like, how do we say the bridge was on fire? You totally didn't do it afterwards. But I guess at the same time, like, we're not talking about the burning bridge at the moment? Dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. I don't think we have anything to contradict or prove one way or the other if she did. I mean, there's the idea that the body looks fine from the back. Like, there's no evidence of it being dragged. But... yeah, the whole body's clean. It doesn't have no snow on it. Okay, well, it was worth a try anyways. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I'm assuming she just refers to the garden as being part of the inner temple, which would make sense. Oh, maybe we have to press one of these again. Maybe that's what we need first? Maybe we're still not done? No, this is the same. Yeah, why didn't she throw the body? Maybe she thought that was too easy and wouldn't throw suspicion off of Maya. And then she used the snowmobile at that point. And then the sword after that. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Okay, wait a second here. The autopsy also mentions body fell 10 feet after death. Could that be important? We know that it died from the stab in the backstab, but it also fell 10 feet, but she didn't mention that here. That could also be part of this. Okay, what am I missing here? I feel like this is relevant, but I don't know what we'd present on it. Because everything here doesn't help. Like, okay, so when we found this pearl, or when Gumshoe found the pearl, he said it was like almost completely buried, which means that it was sitting there by the bridge while it was still snowing, because it fell off when it was snowing. Okay, that's fine. Courtyard where Lisa Nim was murdered. Well, she was... there's no snow on her, so she was placed here after it stopped snowing. You just looked it up for yourself? Is it, like, really dumb? How dumb are you talking? On a scale of, like, perfectly logical and I'm just stupid to... this is... big top turnabout levels of stupid. Where would it go on that scale? Because I doubt anything's dumber than big top turnabout. So the only pieces of evidence that really support the idea that the murder took place before the snow stopped. So we know there's enough time. It happened some point here. This marble was found in a snowdrift by the bridge, so it fell off while it was still snowing. This suggests that the snowmobile was used after it stopped snowing. Maybe that's what we present here. Maybe we go to the snowmobile one. It's pretty mundane. It has everything to do with the bridge. Okay, that's what I figured. Like, the bridge is really important here because... so, wait, it's probably not going to be this one then, would you say? Because, like, this is nothing to do with the bridge. I used the snowmobile to carry back to Hazuko Temple. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Is this it? Okay, let's see what we got here. Well, the bridge is intact. That's fine. I mean, there's nothing weird here. I don't remember what this blue dot is for. Wouldn't there be drag marks in the snow behind the snowmobile track? Seems weird. Oh, well... no, because she dragged it across the bridge. And then I'm guessing she loaded it on the snowmobile. So, like, okay, we'll use the map here as, evidence check. So, like, the body was created here. The murder took place at the inner temple over on this side of the bridge. The snowmobile is over here. And this might be what the dots were, I don't remember. The snowmobile's on this side of the bridge. So for someone would have had to have dragged the body or lifted it. Dragged it in her case, obviously, because of her size and strength. She would have dragged the body all the way across the bridge, loaded it onto the snowmobile, and then drove it all the way back to the temple. So there wouldn't be any drag marks behind the snowmobile because it seems like, at least to me, it implies that it was lifted and carried on the snowmobile. It was just this part here, from the bridge to the inner temple, where it would have been dragged. And why wasn't she bleeding in the snow if she was dragged? Yeah, like, I mean, that's the other thing too, right? Is like, if you look at the photo here, if she was dragged, like, her body looks completely intact. It does not look like someone who was dragged through the snow. Unless she was dragged on her stomach and but then we can't really prove it. But her back looks fine. The dot was where the orb was? Yeah, okay. So that was where this was found. Which again was also buried in the snow, which means it fell off during snowfall. So from sometime before 1050, in other words. So Gradient says has everything to do with the bridge. So are we looking for one of these that mentions the bridge, like this one? So it could be this one, or it could have something to do with the bridge. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I'm thinking, okay, what if we use this picture, maybe? Be like, hey, the bridge was on fire. How did you drag it across? No, okay. There would also definitely be blood on the ground, but we haven't seen anything of that sort. So I don't know if that's just because they didn't really think of that, or if that's actually, like, a contradiction, but at least for this one, it sounds like the bridge is the main sticking point here, and I agree. It's gotta be the bridge. But exactly how, I'm not sure. Maybe not the picture, but something. Okay. Something related to the bridge. Well, okay. It's not this because we already tried this. It's nothing to do with the weather report. Which you would think it would be. Okay, there's nothing wrong here. I mean, yeah, it makes sense now that Iris's fingerprints are all over it because she used it to set up the fake crime scene. I don't think this is it. Or main gate to Dusky Bridge. No, why would this be it? Has everything to do with the bridge. Yeah, that makes sense. So what exactly are we talking about here? Oops. Is it possibly the other one about Dusky Bridge? Maybe. Well, could it be the picture at this point? Because now that we've uncovered the other piece of testimony that's like, oh, I did it after it stopped snowing. Now we can present on this one and be like, but the bridge was on fire after it stopped snowing. Do I want a little more? Yeah, you know what? Sure, at this point. Because I'm trying to think, like, I feel like I went through all the ones that seem relevant to the bridge. Maybe I'm on the wrong track with the fire thing? Like, maybe I'm not supposed to be thinking about the fire yet? But that doesn't make sense, because, like, the only thing that if it stops snowing, that means the bridge is burnt down. Full stop. There's no way you got across that ravine once it stopped snowing. I'm correct about the fire thing, it's just how you've done it. I'm correct about the fire thing, it's just how you've done it. So, wait, this is the correct piece of evidence? Is Larry's sketch? To be like, hey, it's on fire? Or do you mean that, like, it's the right idea, but that's not that evidence? Well, okay, so I presented it on, which one was it? I presented on this one, on the last one there. Is the testimony or the evidence correct, then? Not the sketch, but the idea that the bridge caught fire. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that seemed... Because the very first thing I tried was the weather report. That seemed like the most obvious thing to use. To be like, how did you get across when the... Because it has both the time that it stopped snowing and the time that it was struck by lightning in it. It would have contradicted her entire testimony in one piece of evidence. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Did we try the autopsy? I don't think I tried the autopsy. But I don't think that's going to be it, considering the hints I've been given here. That seems unlikely. Okay, I would like confirmation on at least one thing. This is the right piece of testimony to present on? The whole murder took place after the snow stopped thing? I'm assuming it is because it was a new piece of testimony we had to unlock. And 9 out of 10 times, when you unlock a piece of testimony in these games, that means that's the one you present on. Because you had to go out of your way to find it. It's not the piece to present, so you're telling me this is a red herring. So then the only other place I could kind of see it is maybe Dusky Bridge. Could it be the sketch here? No. Maybe the sketch is like actually just completely worthless right now. I dragged it behind me across Dusky Bridge. Okay, so they kept giving hints about the snowmobile and all that, so... They used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. And then the sword. So maybe it's this one then, because they gave hints about the snowmobile earlier. I've been so close. Oh man. Okay. So it's not this last one. Despite me unlocking it, it sounds like this is not the piece of testimony to present on. Maybe it's this one then. I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. Okay, so why would this be wrong? Let's think about it this way then. Let's assume this is wrong. Why? Is it because she would have had to do it beforehand and there's clear tracks? Did we try presenting the tracks photo here? One of those darn moments where you know the solution but present in the wrong way they want you to. Oh, is it the weather report? Is this the right piece of evidence then? Was I right about it from the start? I just didn't do it on the right piece of testimony? Because, like, this feels like the most obvious thing. Like, why is it not the final testimony then? I'm asking and just thinking. You know what? Yeah, okay, tell me if this is the right piece of evidence. Did I originally have it correct when I presented weather data as the evidence? Okay, this is the right piece of evidence. Okay. So, where else can we use this then? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Did I try presenting that here? No, I didn't. Oh my god. Okay, this is... yeah, I agree. This is one of those times. So we go through all the trouble of unlocking the secret testimony at the end. It turns out to be a red herring. However, the correct testimony is basically the same as the final testimony. Why can't I present on the final testimony with this piece of evidence? Like, would that not give the same result? Would it not give, like, the same contradiction objection? Oh my god. Okay, I feel like both of these should be correct. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. Like, he even says things in a way that make it sound like this could have been done on that extra piece of testimony. Because I agree, it could have been possible. Maybe the extra testimony was just there as like a hint, but like it throws you. I feel like it throws you off way too much. Like, why would you not think to present there? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. I wonder if the later games, I really do hope, I know that, I don't recall the Professor Layton game doing it, But I would love if the later games let you have some puzzles that have multiple solutions. Doesn't have to be all of them, but just like where it makes sense. I feel like there wouldn't really be anything wrong because like sometimes, you know, you could have a different train of thought, come to the same conclusion the game wants you to come to, but you come at it from a different angle and you don't, so you're like, oh, okay, well, this is clearly the answer, but the game says no, so I'm just going to completely scrap that train of thought and never think about it again. That's what happens. And that's like it's an issue that a lot of puzzle games can run into sometimes. Is like they try too hard to make you do things the way they want you to, but you just may never think of it that way. Even though despite the fact that you came up with the answer, but you didn't show your work correctly or the way that they wanted you to, and therefore your answer is incorrect, but you would never know. But you couldn't have crossed the Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that?
Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire.
What did you say?
I think it was the second case where one of the court testimonies you have to press the same statement twice to get to advance. Yeah, there's a few cases that are like that where you have to like press things twice. I don't really like those ones because it's never like, I don't understand the logic why you'd press something twice half the time. Maybe I'm just missing something, but it doesn't feel like pressing again after you hear a later statement going back and pressing a previous one. Like to me, it has yet to make sense and has yet to feel logical to me. I think the concept of doing it is good, but I haven't been in a situation where it felt like I would have thought of it. Like I've always just stumbled across doing it because I'd go through and press it again looking for more clues or like reminding myself of previous clues and being like, oh, this is actually what I was supposed to do. I did it by accident. So it doesn't feel as satisfying because it's like, well, I would never have thought to do this.
The bridge, it was on fire. You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be.
How did you not know about it? How the fuck were you the only one that didn't know the bridge burnt down? It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney.
Order! Order!
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Oh, not Phoenix?
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing is to find out the truth. Isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but...
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Denim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Denim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts.
That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy.
What do you mean you weren't yourself? You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. If you're so perfect, Tret, maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick? Oh, I think I do, actually. It makes zero sense. I can't wait to see how this gets explained. But I think I know what we're doing here. I know, there must be some other way she got across that burnt-out bridge. Unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Oh my god, this is approaching big top turnabout levels of bullshit. It's getting close.
Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
Trebuchet, of course. It was only 20 yards, right? I mean, that's way less than 300 feet. You could totally do it. Now the question is, though, how heavy was the body? It's a very important information here.
See what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
Alright, time to do an ass pull, Phoenix.
Alright then, with this, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor? She looks so smug. Like she knows what she's doing. She's trolling the court, wasting time.
You've admitted that you've moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? I fucking hope so.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess.
Oh yeah, you got confused about moving the body across the bridge. Right, of course.
Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge?
Oh, okay. You're setting us up. I get it.
So it's just a misunderstanding. I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Alright. She swung on the rope, obviously.
Certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of those suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Taken the morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as a truth, and Maya will be accused of murder.
Right. I'm only going to say it one more time.
Tarzan Boy intensifies. So we got Trebuchet, we got Tarzan Boy. Well, shit. I mean, those theories seem way more sound than what I'm probably going to be presenting here.
It's only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination.
Okay, well, I'm going to save this. Okay, I think I know what we're doing here, but we'll present it, or press anyways, just in case. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place.
I could have crossed the bridge, naturally.
Oh, now you agree. Okay.
But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow.
But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped.
Terribly sorry. I was wrong.
Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? I'm sorry I lied in court. Please forgive me. This is no joke. You've given sworn testimony in a court of law.
Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today?
This was 2 days ago. And also, 1 week ago, it didn't, like, lightning didn't strike something and set it on fire. I would think something like that is a little more memorable than whether or not it was raining or snowing last week. Or if it was hot or cold. Well, I naturally was some... Come on, this is a bullshit train of thought, and you know it, Iris. Exactly, there's a weather report. Like, okay, we're really, like, challenging the idea that... We're not challenging, whatever the other word is. The idea that Iris had, like, just forgot that lightning struck and burnt down a bridge. honestly, I'm sorry. I have a hard time believing any sane, reasonable person would forget that or not know about that if they were like in the vicinity of said bridge. If you're living in the temple and that bridge is like, okay, considering she was out that night near the bridge, she admitted to that, and you're telling me she didn't know that it burnt down? She should have heard the lightning. She should have seen the flash. That's really close. That would have been loud as shit. There's no way she didn't know it struck that bridge. It woke Larry up. But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. But your school didn't burn down, so it's like, it's just normal weather. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Wright. What? To be fair, I slept through a severe thunderstorm. Severe storm this morning. My windows were open, so it wasn't even damp. Well, okay, yeah, but like, okay, say it was lightning. Did lightning strike like nearby your house or something? Because if not, then that's totally reasonable. Like, I feel like, okay, we all know how loud thunder can be when it's like several miles away. Imagine that right next door. How loud would that be? Even I, someone who sleeps through several alarms and can barely be woken up by sound, I think even I would have heard something. Seen something. Smelt something. Something would have been set on fire by then. I don't know. Okay, let's forget the sleeping angle for a sec and just think about how you would have definitely heard it if you were wide awake. She hasn't... There's no record saying that she's deaf, so she definitely would have heard it. I don't know, I'm just thinking like... I'm thinking back to how loud I've heard thunder before when it's like halfway... like way outside of a city. And I'm imagining how loud it would be if it happened right next to my house. Or even like up down the block. Because we're talking like... the distance we're dealing with here is like less than a mile at most, like from the main temple to the outer temple, it's got to be less than a mile. Woke up to my alarm and then realized there was lots of lightning nearby. Definitely. Oh my god. Yeah, definitely. She's definitely not deaf. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. You insist on obsessing over this one statement. Let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Oh, I'm saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge. I don't get it myself, but I'm saying there is. Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way to cross. Says the man who tried to cross a burning bridge and failed.
Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing?
If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. Gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Oops. There's only like 4 statements here. Right here. I'm gonna save. But I think we all know what's coming. I don't know how this is supposed to work, but it's obvious. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. This explains the bruises! But how do you fling it across the bridge? It's like 20 yards! Dude, she should go play football! She'd be godlike! What? Wasn't that debunked, the shark moving thing? I think you're right. I don't think that's true. I know what he's referring to. I've definitely seen that factoid around, but I think you might be right. I think it was fake. Maybe the trebuchet was real. Maybe she got help from a parrot. The parrot airlifted the body across. Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh.
The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
You're right, it has. I don't know I understand it myself. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Loris Dunim.
Brilliant?
Highly gifted?
Apprentice?
Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
You serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Well, Wright, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old. Does the sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Darn it, this is a Game Boy game. We're not going to get object rotation until the next game.
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think this old whisker face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix. Look carefully and think it over. This sketch is drawn by Loris Dunim is... yeah, exactly what happened. Right? That's what we have to say here? I mean, it's obviously evidence of what happened. It's not this. A complete contradiction. Oh, okay, it's probably this one. It's probably this one. I think I know where it's going with this. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Loris Dunim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it.
It contradicts reality?
This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? The wires, I'm guessing, is what it wants me to do. It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Let's show us the real reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Oh, well, the picture you showed us, no? Where is it? This one? Yeah, the one you just gave us. Thanks, Godot. Man, if only you didn't give us this picture. Could have thrown out my entire argument.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumpy Jehoshaphat!
The wires are below the guard wires.
Order! Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he drew it wrong?
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Loris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Loris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah.
No way. Loristo Neem witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Wow, it's at a stretch. I mean, okay, the explaining why the idea of the body crossing the chasm, yes, 100% a stretch. I still don't understand how this can happen. I can't wait to see the answer. But the part about the painting itself, no, I'll accept that. It makes perfect sense. He saw the events the way he did, and he didn't realize they were upside down because Larry's dumb. He's like dumb to a fault. Like he says the truth, but he says it in such like a bad, poorly explained way. Or he'll do things like so directly, such as like, "Oh, I saw it upside down, therefore it must have been like this." You know?
So then this sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Loristo Neem's sketch is like this. Still doesn't explain how the body crossed the bridge. I have a theory. It still sounds stupid. This is how it actually should look. Yeah, because it was Larry, it's acceptable. Like, it makes sense once you factor in the Larry factor. Victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. I agree, Godot. That was very ridiculous. All the things to say. A pendulum. Bridge is burning to a crisp. There is no way to get across it. But if a body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used a burning bridge to get the body across the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. So what, did they like also swing on the pendulum? Because they would have had to get across the bridge too. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. Lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
Do we show this picture again? Because the rope's right there.
And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Loristo Neem's body. Oh my fucking god.
How did it launch off? Okay, at least this does not break the laws of physics to the extent that 2-3 did. Something didn't like launch a cape up, down, around, and back up to scoop something midair. That was literal magic. This at least, I barely can I call this plausible, but I am willing to at least call this one plausible. It's a pendulum. That's what you do with a pendulum. You can swing something and like launch it off. How they manage this, I have no fucking clue. But it feels like it could work. A 1 in a million shot. But unlike the cape thing, it actually feels sound. Even I thought of it. It was stupid as hell, but I managed to think of it. And that's what matters at the end of the day.
Honestly, the best part isn't that the swing reached the other side, but that the rope untied only once already being fully across. Yeah, like, I don't know how they managed to tie it, but the way I can see it is that they secured the body to the rope, they swung it, and then the force from reaching the apex on the other side of the swing flung the body out of the rope. I don't see how you could have tied it in such a way for that to happen, but it's the only way. And to me, that feels at least plausible. If you go back and look at the explanation for how the murder happened in Big Top Turnabout, that doesn't make any sense. I'm willing to accept this one. Yeah, what released it? I know. That's definitely like the weird part. But it still feels much more plausible than the stupid cape and the statue thing. Because that couldn't have happened. In order for the cape to get off of around the ringmaster's neck and onto the statue, it would have had to no clip through solid matter. At least this doesn't feel like it had to do anything that stupid. Is he gonna accept it though? That's the real question. He's chugging that coffee real hard.
Mr. Godot?
Oh my god, he's still going. How much coffee's in there?
It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. Seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose that's not an impossibility after all.
Is it more likely that, like, since... Okay, so think about it this way. I know we just saw the animation, but you have to remember those animations aren't 100% true. Is it more likely that the perpetrator, Iris probably in this case, tied the body to the rope, got on the rope herself, swung across with the body, and then they both launched themselves off? Is that a possibility? Because then you could definitely say this might have happened. Because you would have had someone on there to, like, make sure the body got untied at the right time. Still very unlikely, insane, but not impossible. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? You know what? I might, actually. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking over at the overhead map again. Now, okay, hang on though. You know what's the part I'm actually getting caught up here? Forget the whole swinging thing for a second. If the rope snapped off the anchor point on the cliff and was hanging from the bridge, how did she obtain the rope? How did she... If the bridge was already on fire... Well, actually, you know what? Maybe it wasn't on fire. Maybe... the bridge was already done burning. It already went out. She somehow crawled to the bridge, was able to grab the rope, pull it back to the cliff, and then got on with the body? Because I'm trying to understand how she obtained the rope. Because here's the rope. Rope's dangling, like, in the middle of a chasm. How did she get this? That's the part now I'm questioning. It was loose from it. Yeah, it was loose from its anchor. But it's tied to the bridge. So how do you reach this? Yeah, it's maneuverable for sure, but how do you reach this? Like, are you telling me that they got all the way here, got this, pulled it all the way back around to the body, and then tied it on? Like, did they do this while the bridge was burning? Did they wait until after the bridge was done? I guess I could kind of see it if the bridge was, like, already done burning. That seems insane, but I guess they were desperate. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank.
What? What makes you think something like that happened?
Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance.
What kind of evidence?
Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then as a result of landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Is it possible the blood is from the impact after she fell? Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Denim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed, I believe it was already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found?
Ah. Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. It's so convincing. I just don't know how she would have obtained the rope. Like, okay, it's not that I don't know how she would have obtained the rope. There's definitely some good theories here on how she would have obtained it. I'm just thinking, like, why the fuck would you go with that?
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright.
Like, how adamant? Think about this for a second. They have a raging river right next to them. Even Phoenix asks about this earlier. But they were so desperate to get the body back to the temple that they went through with this. The river was not good enough. Just remember this. The river was not a good enough hiding spot for this body, that they had to crawl across a broken bridge, grab a giant rope, bring it back across the broken bridge, tie a body to it, swing it across, and then get across the bridge themselves, either by swinging with the rope or crawling all the way across themselves. They thought that this was the better solution to hiding a body than to just toss it in the river like any normal sane person would. She didn't fall out of the window after being hit with the snowmobile. You know, I almost feel like someone running her over with a snowmobile and she somehow goes flying 10 feet in the air would have almost been more realistic than all of this.
It provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
I don't think Godot agrees.
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess you made there, Wright. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? The criminal had set the body to the other side like you say. Then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
That's actually a good point. I mean, it seems a little unrealistic that she went across herself if the bridge is broken. She was willing to go halfway to grab the rope, of course, but yeah, not cross the entire bridge, just half of it. Criminal wasn't able to cross Dusty Bridge, so collected the body. But wait, wasn't Iris on the other side? Hang on a second, if Iris did this, wasn't she at the temple the day after the crime? So she would have gone across the bridge. She wasn't stuck there. Someone else was stuck there. That means maybe she wasn't the one that had the rope and swung it across. Iris was probably the one to catch it. She also would have seen the fire. Yeah, well, of course. She's definitely lying about that. There's no way she didn't see the fire. No sane person somehow did not see the bridge burn down, or at least heard the bridge burn down. What do you have to say about that, Wright? I mean, it's always possible the body just landed in the snow. In fact, actually, you know, he brings up the idea that someone caught it, but then if someone caught it, wouldn't there be no bruises? Like, if someone caught the body, there should be no evidence of a fall. The body would not have been bruised.
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person.
But he is right about the idea that, like, if someone is on the other side of the bridge, it's unlikely that they would have crossed the bridge. Let's forget about the idea of, like, getting the rope from the middle of the bridge, of course.
Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Alright. I know what I must do. I must save.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
Okay. It has to be Iris, right? Because she couldn't have been on the other side. She was at the Hazakura Temple the day after the crime. So how did she catch it? If Maya was stuck on the other side because of the bridge burning down, then that means Iris would have been stuck on the other side. Therefore, she was not there to catch the body. If the fire is out, she still would have known the bridge was on fire. Plus, the picture shows that the bridge was actually on fire when she was sent across. Yeah, that's true. Like, she's 100% lying about that. Or, she's covering for someone else. But I think she's lying. I think it was her. Because I don't know who else. The only other person it could be is Bikini. Which, I mean, she's probably involved in this whole thing, too. That would actually... I don't know if I like where this is going. Because it doesn't make as much sense, because how did Iris get back across if she was the one on the other side? Unless Iris is lying about the whole thing and she's trying to cover for someone entirely. And she didn't do any of the things that she said. She didn't witness the crime, she wasn't on the other side of the bridge, none of that. That's always a possibility. Bikini, however, went to the bridge and she didn't really have a strong alibi for it. Like, why did she leave the temple? I don't think we ever had a reason for it.
Mr. Godot, I'm sure you have something to say.
Is this correct? Probably not. Okay, it's probably Iris then. It's probably Iris. I'll just reload. Okay, it's gotta be Iris then. Or is it? There it is, yeah. I was right the first time. I was like, no, there's no way it's like that, but yeah. I mean, it had to have been, because she was at the temple the next day, so she couldn't have been on the other side. So someone else, an entirely different person, an unknown person, was on the other side of the bridge and did it. And remember, also the police said that there was possibly a criminal hiding in the woods on that side of the bridge. They had suspicion that the criminal was possibly in the woods. So that would definitely line up with the idea that Iris was not the one to send the body across. Someone else did that. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. Plus, yeah, she can't drive the snowmobile. Iris had the key. It had to have been her. I forgot about that little bit, but the rest of it made sense. With her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Drat. We even listened to the witness's testimony. Oh, sure it was. I don't think it's true anywhere. And you seem to also agree it wasn't true. On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
So, okay. Someone channeled her sister That much is clear. I think we figured that out yesterday. But who was the real Iris? Who was Iris and who was whatever her sister's name was? I forget her name. This person. Dahlia. Someone was Dahlia and someone was Iris. I'm pretty sure Iris was the one that set up the fake crime scene. Dahlia was the one on the other side of the bridge. Or someone pretending to be Dahlia. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony?
Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge. Which means it's now a fact this occurred. Something you should have already known.
No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum.
But the body couldn't have been passed along the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Oh.
What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakuna Temple?
Oh, don't tell me Dahlia's not actually dead. Okay, there was the idea that this might be the case, but I didn't think it was true. I figured that, like, something else happened.
Are you serious, Trite? You mean... this woman is...
Oh my god, is Dahlia still alive after this whole time? Phoenix's greatest nemesis somehow managed to survive death row. There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... What a fucking twist. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Is it Iris channeling Dahlia? But Iris doesn't have any spiritual power, so probably not. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Yeah, see, Godot would know.
What?
Is it time for Godot to finally reveal himself? His origin story?
Order! Order! Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kurein channeling technique flows within that body.
The Kurein channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone, on the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're gonna put it things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her. Namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne. And we all know who was channeling her. Or, well, supposedly, but she said that she claimed that she couldn't actually do it after all, for some reason.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The winner is currently standing in the stand is the real Iris.
Oh yeah? You got proof? You want to prove it? What makes you say that? How do you know that for sure?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, that Dahlia Hawthorne had been channeled. Would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
Yeah. Okay. And?
It was later that the body was moved by pendulum.
Why is her name Sister Bikini? Because I think, what was the story? Bikini needed to come up with like a special nun name for herself, and she was told to like give herself a name of something she liked, or something like that. So she went with Bikini because I guess she likes bikinis. Yeah, it's not her real name. It's just the name that she came up with for herself when she became a nun. That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yes. That makes sense.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to the Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that.
Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced.
Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places?
Wait, are you saying that maybe Iris is channeling Dahlia for some reason? Why would she do that?
Switch places?
Unless she was told to by her mother. You're modding Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3? Ooh. Are there mods for that game? Like, decent mods? Like, have people figured out how to do characters and shit? I mean, personally, I think that game's already perfect because it has Phoenix Wright in it. That's like, Phoenix Wright and Amaterasu are probably my 2 favorite characters in that game. I would imagine a game like that's probably not easy to mod.
To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
And how are we going to confirm their identity? If she's channeling a spirit, then, like, you can't confirm that it's a real person or not. Like, what if they're channeling the spirit of... Well, I guess they could take a DNA test, but no, that would... Would a DNA test give you the spirit's DNA, or would it give you the real person's DNA? Like, how do we know for sure that we can... How can we test for certainty that this is the real Iris? Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Modded characters over characters. Phoenix is a bomb tier, but his YouTuber makes him look like he's top tier. I know. I hate that he's bomb tier. I hope they make a Phoenix Wright 4. I remember I was reading a list of like characters people wanted for like a possible Marvel 4. Because I guess people don't consider Infinite Marvel 4 for some reason. I mean, technically it should be Marvel 5, but regardless. Someone suggested Franziska von Karma instead of Phoenix Wright, and I was like, holy shit, would that be such a better character? It would make so much more sense. You could still have like the evidence thing. You could even like twist it a bit to be something closer to out of like the Miles Edgeworth games, because she's a prosecutor. But you would have such a cool like attack system. Like the whip would make it so good. That would be like the perfect character. Replace Phoenix with Franziska. That'd be so perfect. Is there any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia? Yes. I mean, I think we have to say yes here. I'm trying to think when that would be, but I think we have to say yes. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would have given a murderous suspect time to move freely like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to move freely about was... Wait, who was it? Does anyone remember? This should be really obvious, except for the fact that this was a week ago, so I forgot. Was it Franziska? Because she was with us the entire time. Or was it Edgeworth? I can't remember if it was... I think it was one of those two. I don't remember who else it would have been. I don't think it was Gumshoe. No, it was... Because, okay, Franziska was with us the entire time. Edgeworth was, like, kind of with us the entire time. I thought it was... I'm pretty sure it's Franziska. Oh, okay. It wasn't Franziska. It's gotta be Edgeworth then. Yeah, in order to move the locks in the Sacred Cavern, that would have been her only chance. Right, yeah. No, it should be obvious because it was like a pretty big moment. I just forgot because I'd have to go look at the VOD because it was a week ago. I feel like it has to be Edgeworth. If it's not Edgeworth, then I'm actually stumped, but... There you go, it was Edgeworth, okay. I couldn't remember if it was, because they were like both with us, like for most of that whole sequence, and I couldn't remember like who was actually... But Edgeworth makes sense because he was actually working the trial, but Franziska I guess wasn't. I couldn't remember who was playing what role at that point, so it had to be one of those two. This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? Oh, right, yeah, because he got scared of the earthquake. I forgot about the earthquake, yeah. He got scared of the earthquake, and so Iris was able to just, like, sneak away as a result. And then that's why we're like, oh shit, where's Iris? We can't find her. I let her slip away. An earthquake? Completely forgot about that. That makes sense. Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might... How could I have? She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. A Dahlia Hawthorne who somehow managed to dye her hair black? Or... No, I guess you wouldn't need to. No, the spirit channeling doesn't change your hair color. Wait, does it? No, it does. I'm pretty sure it does. Right? No. Maybe. Did it? I can't remember if it does. I guess it doesn't. Wait, does it? Okay, because I feel like there's a contradiction here. Because depending who channeled her, There should be a very obvious flaw in this plan, and that is the hair color would be very different because Dahlia has bright red hair. Or she did. I can't remember. I never really paid attention to this because I never really thought about it until now. But I don't remember if spirit channeling changes the hair color or not. Because if it does, then that means she would have had to dye her hair black to blend in. But if it doesn't, then sure, I guess. But then that would raise more questions because there's only 2 people that were present at that place that could have possibly channeled someone. I don't think Bikini's one of them because she was on the other side anyway, so it couldn't have been her. Is Pearl and Maya. And it's really hard to tell what color her hair is right now. But, like, her hair would normally be bright red. But I guess, like, if the hair doesn't change color when you channel someone, then I guess it would probably have been Maya, because, like, Pearl's would have been bright brown, and that definitely would have matched this hair color, and then it would have kind of stood out. That should have been obvious. I would say, how did no one notice, but even I wouldn't have noticed. So I guess that would explain it. But even so.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling and...
What do you mean no judge in your right mind? Were you not here last year with the whole case about spirit channeling?
It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice.
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired.
So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead.
There's really nothing you can do to punish me. That's true, but I mean, wasn't everyone ready to punish Maya despite the fact it wasn't actually Maya? So we could punish whoever the hell's channeling her, and I have a feeling I know exactly who's channeling her, which would be kind of awkward.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Holy fuck, what a twist. I have a very good guess at where this might be going, but it's probably correct. So I'll hold off saying anything for now.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, a witness?
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The whole plan began with my death. Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, then have the blame pin on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Wright. You got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death. So that would mean that this plan's been in works for, what, 3 months now or 2 months now? Something like that? Or last month, okay. You executed last month, correct?
Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant.
How'd you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay?
Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Huh. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter.
All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurin?
She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct?
Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris?
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible! The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams to have her bloodline become the main family.
Maya would have to die? But why?
For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya.
How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all.
That's ridiculous.
She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well.
How can anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya?
Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would simply use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
I was to blame the crime on your younger twin, my sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her.
Backstabber? Well, I mean, she did stab that sword into someone's back, so yeah, she kinda is.
You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway.
You think the plan was a success?
You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay.
Now, are we just assuming that she's dead because you still haven't unlocked that cave yet? And she's still stuck in there? I mean, we all know that Dahlia put those locks on the cave at this point. Obviously, she was just not playing coy. I mean, who else would have done it? She was trying to lock Maya down there. She was trying to kill her, not get her out. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. She's been there for like half a week. It's unlikely she's alive.
Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivety, your pathetic faith in other people.
I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan?
I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of.
If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya?
You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that.
So then tell me, why?
Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction.
What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? And what exactly is that reason? I mean, it's not like jealousy, because, I mean, if she hated Phoenix, then she wouldn't care if Maya liked him. Obviously, it's because you're helping Morgan Fay.
Helping? Don't make me laugh. The day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious.
She wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal.
All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of it to get revenge.
Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well. Wait, what piece of evidence? Hold on, what are we doing here? The whole plan began with her death. Stupid plan hatched by Margaret Fay to instill her own daughter as next master. Maya would have to die first. The idea was to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. Okay, so the current theory and what happened here, the reason Pearl was on the other side and trapped there is because she was the one tasked with channeling Dahlia. Dahlia was going to go and kill Maya, which I guess she didn't expect Misty and Maya to fight? I don't know what that was about. Maybe we'll find out. Maybe there's more to that still. That would explain how she was able to witness this, because the person on the stand here is not Iris, it's Dahlia. The real Iris was on the other side of the bridge, and I guess she was also in on it to try and help? But why did Iris try and, like, do something with the body? That part doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, okay, maybe that's what we're trying to get at here. Maybe that's the thing. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You understand why I would want to kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was. Okay. So we need to figure out what piece of evidence. What is that piece of evidence? Is it this? Or by at least a name found in the Garden of the Inner Temple. It's probably because of this, right? Because this is the only piece of evidence we haven't really done anything with. But this was worn by Elise, not Maya. Well, I guess we can try it. No, okay. I'm trying to understand what exactly we're doing here? Because it's not like there's any contradictions, but like, what are we presenting? What was her goal? I don't think it has anything to do with this. Okay, we need to figure out what her goal was. What was she trying to get from Maya? What did Maya have specifically? Is it the Magatama? That seems unlikely. What would she want to do with that? She has one on her right now. You get more information out of her, okay. Only way to understand this plan and what she was after as well, okay. So whole plan began with death. Okay, I'm gonna press this last one again. See what we can get out of this, if we can get any more hints. So she was just using Morgan. Using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge for what? What did Maya do? What was she involved in? I'm trying to think because, like, Maya wasn't around for any of the other cases that Dahlia was involved in. That was well before Maya. Is it revenge from Mia? Well, Mia was involved, so was it something that Mia did? That could be it. What did Mia do? Exactly. I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. What piece of evidence? Okay, so it's gotta be on this last one, I think. What her goal was. Okay, so it's gotta be revenge for something that Mia did during one of her trials. Because she was there for both. Is it possibly involving the kidnapping case? Mia's first case? Likely. But what piece of evidence is that? We already tried this, it's not that. I feel like this is still relevant. Like, why is Maya here? We haven't figured that out yet. What else can we possibly present? Okay, so the photo, no, it's not gonna be the photo. It's knife? No, that doesn't make any sense. We weren't given that Dahlia's, like, information, right? I don't think so. What my goal was it revenge from Mia? Is that what we present? It is, okay. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? Purple Dragon Ball. Actually, have we presented the amethyst yet? You know, now that you mention it, I don't think we have. I don't think we've actually had to present that yet. It's been involved in a roundabout way, but I don't think we've actually presented the amethyst yet, unless I'm forgetting something. As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, I realized. There's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved the most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. It seems like they were on the same page after all, even if she doesn't want to admit it.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakuta Temple.
So, it was Elise Donin who channeled her after all.
Wait, really? Oh, why though?
What?
I mean, yeah, that would be the only explanation, but why?
That didn't even cross my mind.
A ridiculous head nut never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and...
So then you're saying you stabbed Maya?
It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
So that's why the real Iris wanted to try and cover up the crime. Maybe she had an inkling of what happened or even knew what happened, and so she was trying to cover for the whole thing? I mean, like she said... Well, wait, no, but that was Dahlia that testified to that, not Iris. But maybe Iris still had the same idea? I mean, that could still be part of her duty. It would be to cover up a crime like this. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork.
Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped it would cast suspicion on her.
Wait, she actually did? Okay, I like that. That's like a good callback. Because like the whole thing with Maya's name being written in 1-2 was that it wasn't actually Maya, even though everyone thought it was, that wrote that. Or, sorry, Mia that wrote it. It was the killer who wrote it to try and frame Maya. But here, it was actually the victim writing it to try and, like, tell everyone about her killer. Or frame her anyways. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end.
That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops? Probably because she was unsummoned.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was... Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I'd been trapped in there. But how'd you wind up in there?
Wait, did Maya put the lock on? Okay, so wait, then where is Maya then? If she's not in the cavern? But then, I thought we were talking to... I'm confused now. So if she was in the cavern, locked up behind one of those locks, who put the lock there? And then who was involved in taking the locks off later? Because we were all under the impression that the person that helped us with the locks the next day was Dahlia being channeled. This person right here. Not Iris. Not the real Iris. But Dahlia. Pretending to be Iris. But she says she's locked. Okay.
Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
Trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get out of that annoying lock as soon as possible. It wasn't easy. I kept the game interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who? Could it have been Maya?
I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not? So, wait, then... Oh no, maybe it was the real Iris that helped us with the trick locks. And it was just this person that was saying that she was helping to try and, like, throw us off the trail, I guess? But I guess it might have been the real... Okay. I thought that, like, Phoenix said that it couldn't have been the real Iris, and, like, I thought he was the one that proposed the idea that it was fake Iris that they met in there to deal with the locks. Because that's when they would have switched. Oh! That's when they would have switched, and that's when more locks appeared. Oh, it all makes sense now. The real Iris freed fake Iris. They got switched, and then fake Iris put more locks on the door, and now was trying to break those locks, or pretending to break those locks. So Maya was never inside there at all. Maya's like out in the woods. They're the ones, Maya's the one that the police suspected was in the woods. Oh, it makes sense now. So Maya's fine. Probably. I mean, she apparently has a stab wound. That's not great. But she's probably fine.
Someone had spotted me. I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well in the back of the sacred cavern.
I think that's possible anyways. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy.
Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started an investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up.
Lady Luck?
After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself.
Yeah, okay. This is basically what I said then. The real Iris.
She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright.
Stupid girl.
I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation.
So when Phoenix said that they swapped places, they literally swapped places. And then she just went overboard with the locks.
And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded.
What do you mean your plan had succeeded?
I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me. I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author.
What? Yeah, that's the part I'm surprised about too. Why would she do this? Like, it makes sense, but why did she do it?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fay. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is... matricide. The sin of killing her own mother.
That's like a special kind of revenge. I'm sure she's satisfied with that, right?
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fay. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fay's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Ridiculous! That's nonsense.
Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence?
The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it?
Huh?
The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River?
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that?
I'm waiting for Maya to, like, walk through those doors. Like, just completely drenched, disheveled, after, like, swimming in the river for God knows how long. Surviving in the woods.
That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Those bodies that wind up there are lost forever.
Yeah, keyword most.
So, what do you have to say now, Feeny?
Oh. Wait, whose phone is that? Fucking Godot with his own theme song as his ringtone. It's his phone. Wow. So professional, Godot. Leaving your phone unmuted while in the middle of a trial. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? I mean, it's better than your ringtone, Phoenix. Way better. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Maybe that was the blood. Yo, are we gonna get the reveal on whose blood that is on the dagger? Okay, whoever's blood is, it's going to completely, like, acquit Maya. She could have done anything. Watch it. It's not going to be... Or it could be Maya's blood. Maybe Maya didn't stab anyone.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. Oh, okay, they're still working on the cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh?
Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that.
So, what about Maya? Where is she? There's no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead.
I don't think she's dead. So what did Misty Faye exactly plan to do? It sounds like Misty Faye was going to... Was she going to, like, kill Maya? But she didn't want to do it herself, so she channeled this person instead to do it for her? Like, that seems so weird.
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end.
Still waiting for Maya to burst through those doors.
Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise O'Neill, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River.
Can't be.
That's right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river,
It must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. That's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
Yeah, we went over this in the previous case, although Phoenix wasn't there for that one.
So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side.
Would it be the map? Yeah, it would be the map. Because the cliff. Like, this was literally something we had to do for a previous trial. I'm hoping this is the right piece of evidence. Unless there's something in this picture that makes it clear. I mean, yes. They both kind of show a ridge. I feel like this is the better one because it's literally what we had to present last time. I'm gonna go with this one. I hope it's correct, or we're gonna have to match through a lot of text. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Yeah, but didn't we also establish that if someone were to jump on that big rock shelf, they would die?
Ooh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river even if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. I mean, would we though? Because that photo shows a very specific part of the cliff. She could have easily jumped anywhere along that cliff outside the photo's view. But sure, we'll go with it.
So you finally figured it out. You. Order! Order! You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding.
Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's one way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is... Oh, okay, I'm saving here. Thank goodness it's not a presentation. Inner Temple, Hazakura Temple, in this very courtroom! Wait. Is it possible Maya is channeling her? Oh, wouldn't that be humiliating for her? The very person that is channeling her and giving her a chance to speak and brag about what she did is the person she hates the most, the person she was hoping would die and wants her dead. And she's the reason that she's able to speak in court. I'm going for it. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. She's the one channeling her. She's been present this entire case. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see.
So what?
But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood.
What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who's channeling Dahlia Hawthorne?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it.
Never failed at channeling someone. It's the first time it's happened.
Also, it can't be her because Pearl was with us in the defendant's waiting room. Isn't there an explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It couldn't happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who?
Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? Wait, Maya's been doing this the entire time? She usually has a limit for how long she can do it, but I guess she was getting better at it, so this doesn't seem that far-fetched. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. But, okay, wait, this feels like a trap, because didn't we just finish explaining how Misty did it on the night of the crime? Oh, but on the day after, though, it was Maya. Had to have been Maya. I mean, it also couldn't have been Pearls, because her hair is completely wrong. And yes, their face transforms a bit, but it still has, like, remnants of the other face. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already, I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye.
What?
So did the police know that this would be the case? Like, why would Maya go out of her way to channel Dahlia? Now I'm extra confused. Why is Misty going off channeling this random member of the family that's dead to do God knows what, and then Maya does the same thing? What could possibly be her motive?
How could that be? Remember that what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal.
She said her goal was to kill Maya Faye.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Oh! She can't die! Because why the fuck would she kill herself? Wait, actually, no, why would she kill herself? But does she know that she's being channeled by Maya? It doesn't sound like she does. I feel like if she did, though, wouldn't... Oh, but she doesn't. That's why she can't kill her, because she can't find her.
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about?
What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. I guess the person doesn't, like, necessarily know that they're being channeled, who they're being channeled by. Like, anytime Mia's channeled, she seems to understand that it's, like, Pearls or Maya that's doing it. But maybe that's just, like, from context clues given the situation, more than anything? Because, like, anytime Pearls does it from Mia, it's because Maya's, like, on the defendant stand, so obviously it's not her. So the only other person could have been, like, possibly Pearls? Because I think, like, the first time Pearls does it, Mia seems to mention it. It's like, oh, Pearls is doing it. But I never really thought about the idea that maybe they don't necessarily know from the get-go who's doing it. So it's the perfect cover, because it's like, Dahlia gets channeled, she just assumes that it's part of the plan, goes to find Maya, can't find her anywhere because she doesn't realize that the person she's inhabiting is her target, and now she's just stuck here. So as long as Maya keeps doing it, no one else can possibly kill her. That's actually clever. I love this. Stream is heavily buffering for you suddenly? Oh shit. Looks okay on my end. Possibly. Let me refresh and see what's going on here. Oh, it is actually dropping frames. What the fuck? Is Twitch having a moment again? This happened a couple times like 2 weeks ago where Twitch just like stopped working for a bit and then came back after a while. Fortunately, there's nothing I can do about that if it's on Twitch's end, because it's not saying it's a problem on my end, it just says that the connection to Twitch is bad. which is like, yeah, that just happens sometimes. I mean, at least the VOD's gonna be okay, but yeah. I thought we were done with this. I don't think it's my internet. It can't be my internet. It wasn't my internet last time. Or is it my internet this time? No, internet seems fine here, I think. Let's see. It's about average. Maybe a little slower, but definitely not like streams should be dropping every single frame in existence. Slower. I think. Now we're good. We're more than good for that, so it's definitely not here. It's probably just Twitch being stupid. Yeah, if it's probably just Twitch having a moment. Not really a lot I can do about it at that point. I mean, it's a little below average on this end, but it's not like so low to the point that it should be doing this. I mean, we can try and wait a bit and see if it like comes back. I can like stop stream and restart it quickly and see if that fixes it, but I don't think it will. Okay, 1 second, I'm gonna do that. We'll just see. Alright, I think we're back. Looks like it's back, yeah. I guess somehow I refreshed the token. I had to like re-log in on OBS, and that seemed to possibly fix it. We'll see. But it should hopefully be, fingers crossed it's stable enough for the rest of us, because I feel like we're probably close to the end of this. But yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, this happened... Oh, I wasn't now, like 2 weeks ago, something similar happened. But it didn't manage to fix itself after like 5 minutes. And I did a speed test as well then too, and it definitely wasn't my internet, so... I don't know, Twitch is just dumb sometimes. But what else is new? I bet that's gonna split the VOD on Twitch into 2 parts, but fortunately, it won't split the VOD into 2 parts on this end. So, thankfully the YouTube side is fine, but I mean... I don't recommend watching any VODs of my streams on Twitch anyways, because their player's just trash. So, the YouTube VOD is saved, the Twitch VOD's gonna be annoying, but at least the stream is okay. We can finish this. Let us continue. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakuta was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would the safest be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Is it possible Misty also channeled Dahlia in an attempt to save Maya? But she wasn't successful? Like, I don't know what she was planning by doing it, but maybe that was also Misty's plan, was to channel Dahlia for the same reason Maya did it? You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. You know how we could prove right here and now that Maya is not dead? Call Pearls into the courtroom, ask her to try and channel Maya. Because if Maya's dead, that should be no problem for her. She would channel her instantly. But if she can't, then that proves that she's alive. So at the very least, we could prove that there is the possibility that Dahlia is being channeled by Maya right now. She planned to manipulate midichlorians to live forever, even if it meant killing her own daughter. Have I ever told you the story of Maya Fey the Wise? Or Dahlia Hawthorne the Wise? It's not a story the Fey clan would tell you. This is the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She can never come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea?
Well, me, of course. Oh, there she is. Took long enough. Yeah, see, the hair color doesn't change. Neither does the hairstyle. So all of this, that was all Maya doing it. Maya just, like, dressed herself up as Dahlia. I guess she was gonna, like, she had plans with that. The fact that Maya currently looks the way she does on the witness stand is deliberate. She's doing that on purpose. She has a plan here. She wasn't just channeling her for the sake of channeling her to, like, capture her spirit or something. Because, like, none of this changes. You have to do that yourself. She got, like, all dressed up in her costume for some reason. Mia! This really is a case of, like, everyone is here. You know who's the only person that's missing is, Grossberg. Where's he at? We have, like, the full reunion at this point. Misty Faye could save others from death, but not herself. Yeah, she didn't seem to do a pretty shit job at it.
Mia Faye. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
You're something else.
But what are you doing here?
The hair. It's Pearl's, right? Okay, even the game is acknowledging the idea of the hair. Good.
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did?
Not terribly surprising considering since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do.
Oh, this was all her plan. Holy shit.
She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was... I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free.
Free? What do you mean?
It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived.
Ah. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye.
Pearls?
Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this.
Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure.
Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another?
Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure.
What? How dare you?
11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed.
Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman.
And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. Fun fact, 2 million divided 3 ways equals 666,000. That's pretty good. Considering who she is, yeah, that's pretty fitting. I guess it would be about, like, 998,000, right? Or, yeah, because, well, 666 times 3 would be about, like, 1.998 million, right? It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You. Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. If only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope for freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you is burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. Can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Does anyone happen to know the spirit severing technique? Besides Morgan. Oh. Well, that works. Holy shit! I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Yo, we fucking exercise her? Okay, this is not the ending I expected for fucking Phoenix Wright. We're going well beyond just court drama at this point. Nick. Sis. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing, it's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Is it weird? I mean, it seems pretty normal for this to be a thing. Why would something that can happen be weird?
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Korean channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. All that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Oh. What's wrong, Godot? You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
His trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. I mean, someone had to kill Misty, right? Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone else.
Yes, that's right.
That person was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Donim. No, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. Is this an over? Hey, he's right though, it isn't over. We don't know. How about we ask her? Pearls, stop channeling me and get Misty on the phone. Unless someone else is found guilty, that the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence. Actually, no, it's... You know what? Misty wouldn't actually know. This is really smart of the writers. Misty wouldn't know because she was channeling someone else at the time. She was still channeling Dahlia, so therefore, there's that moment where both Dahlia and Misty have no idea who stabbed because Misty was busy channeling Dahlia and Dahlia lost consciousness. So actually, we can't just channel Misty and ask her because she wouldn't know. No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Prosecution is ready to call a final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Yeah, like, I mean, maybe one could argue that the whole, oh, well, she went unconscious thing is, like, just a little too convenient, but it does make sense when you, given the context, though. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Because, like, when you think about it with the previous cases, I feel like there's definitely some possibility where, considering Maya's there half the time, although, I guess like the previous cases, they make up the excuse of, like, oh, Maya's just not strong enough to do it all the time and do it consistently. But I feel like there's definitely been some times where it could have been like, well, why don't we just ask the victim who killed them? But maybe they wouldn't have been as accepting of a spirit medium in court because of the whole DL6 incident and all that. I don't know, there's probably some good reasons they could have thought of to explain it away if they needed to. But this one in particular, I feel like it was already done for them by the way the case is naturally written. Of course it's alright. Damn, attorney.
Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event who will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Oh shit. It's finally her turn. We get to cross-examine Maya.
Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Fey to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. I also want to know Godot's death story. So, I'm pretty sure Godot was the person that Dahlia poisoned the coffee of. Because if you recall back to the first case of this game, Dahlia poisoned some lawyer's coffee. It had to have been Godot. I don't really know why she did that. And I'm sure there's more to the story because I want to know why he's alive, why his eyes are like this. He seems to be very adamant at saying he came back from the depths of hell, and I don't think he means that figuratively, the way he's talking.
I'm truly sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk.
She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern.
I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on.
Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did?
Huh?
If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. Why he hates Phoenix specifically? Well, he mentioned, I think earlier this case or something, like he's just really upset that he blames Phoenix for Mia's death. He thinks Phoenix should have been like watching Mia the whole time and all that, which, you know, is pretty unreasonable to think about because Mia died at like 9 p.m. in her office. There was literally no reason for Phoenix to be there. In fact, he was called back. So it seems like Godot thinks that he was present and he just let Mia die, when in reality that's not true because Phoenix was nowhere near the office. He was called in to meet them there, but she was already dead by the time he arrived. But he still blames him for her death. Because if you recall back to case 4, yeah, the previous case we just did, it was Godot and Mia that were working together on Dahlia's first trial.
She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either.
Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it?
Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini. It was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her.
Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago?
Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up...
That was the case that wounded Mia so badly.
But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder.
Some people? You must mean...
Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You.
Yeah, Diego was like on to the whole thing. She got scared. Because she obviously didn't want anyone to find out what happened to the diamond or anything. But I want to know how he came back alive. And why his eyes are fucked up. Maybe the poison did something to it, but I've never heard of poisoning making you blind. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you.
Yes, what is it?
On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you?
Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone.
Wow, boring ringtone. There's a problem.
Come to the inner temple right away. I got in the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but...
The path to the inner temple is cut off, right?
Exactly.
Ah yes, the poison. The poison for Armando. The poison chosen specifically to kill Armando. Armando's poison. I almost feel like... I mean, who knows where she was hanging on to it, but I think she just had extra. Like, it almost seems like she just carries around a bit of poison in case, like, someone gets too close to the truth. Like, I like to think that she was just hanging on to that poison the whole time because of her connection with her dead boyfriend at the university. So it's like, okay, well, in case someone, you know, gets close to figuring me out, I could just slip them this poison and no one will ever know. I mean, she was already too far gone. She wouldn't have cared.
We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It was me. I was the one who received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. A staff that Mystic Elise always held.
Wait, the murder weapon was the sword, not the dagger? Oh, okay. Someone's been lying. The first case, she stole that poison from the pharmacy store. Oh yeah, she stole it, yeah. So she probably just went and stole it again. And then she can steal it however much she wanted. Free poison. Knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff.
Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile.
But why did you alter the body?
I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground.
Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it.
I see. Has a sword hidden inside the actual weapon used to murder the victim. I have a feeling that the results of the dagger are going to be very important very soon here. Defended!
Yes?
Judge is calling you. He wants you to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
All right. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me? So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix.
Mia. How is Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was?
Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that? Wait, if the cane sword was used as the weapon, how did the sheath go along with her? I guess she reassembled it before swinging the body across? Oh, wait, I see what you mean. Yeah, because if the sword was still stuck in her. Well, okay, but the sword... I don't know. You're right. I mean, I could kind of see that maybe, because the staff looked kind of pointy. Like, it seemed to have a bit of a tip at the bottom. Maybe she just, like, put the sheath back on and then stabbed it through her with the sheath intact. Because, like, the wound is already there, so, I mean, you could probably stick whatever you want through it now that there's a hole in there. I feel like you could probably do that, just, like, give it a good jam right in there. That's probably what she did. Because, yeah, I mean, you're right. How else would she have done it? It was a wizard that did it. Well, it was a wizard staff.
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day.
Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple on the following day.
That's as much help as I can give you.
What if it's pearls? Oh god.
Rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. That's why Iris can't say. Call in and now. It's pearls. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. It has to be pearls, because there was only, like, 3 people on that side. There was Misty, there was Maya, and there was pearls. Maya is obviously not the victim. Maya probably didn't kill her because she went unconscious before she could. According to Iris anyways. That leaves pearls. You know, part of me thought it might be pearls from the first half. Yeah. I think we're gonna find out that it was actually pearls that did it. Oh man, could you imagine if the game went there? Like, if the culprit was actually a kid? Pearls of all people? Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. Pearls has been corrupted by the power of the dark side. Look, all Morgan had to do was, like, provide her cookies, and she was in. That's it. Pearls did say she would do anything for her mom. She doesn't understand. She probably could kill someone and not realize that what she was doing.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood or...
Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we can say with certainty. The blood on that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Really? I mean, yeah, it makes sense, because that checks out with Iris's testimony in the lobby. But then who the hell was it?
That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. And whose was it? Found stuck in a pine tree in Inner Temple Garden. The blood doesn't match the victim's. Is there... I mean, I know that Phoenix said that the real killer had to be someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the next day. And Bikini was there, but is it somehow possible that Bikini... No, couldn't have been, because like she would have had to have been stuck on the other side. So yeah, it has to be Pearls. Unless there's like a secret 4th person. It has to be Pearls. It was the gravy, it was so damn tasty it clouded her judgment. That's why she threw the gravy all over the scroll, it was out of love.
I'm sure both the defense and prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Alright, this is it.
Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Oh, that's what we're going with, eh?
Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Korean channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. The pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the inner temple, and you witnessed the moment of Elise Denim's murder. Is this correct?
I didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Huh?
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out.
Actually, she hasn't been watching the whole thing. She's been unconscious because she's been channeling Dahlia this whole time. She hasn't watched shit. But I mean, maybe he's probably just referring to in general because, like, she's always present with Phoenix in court. But this specific case, she wasn't.
Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please.
yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
Warm? Something warm? Oh, was it the gravy? No!
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
Did we ever, like, get an explanation as to why the victim's blood was on that staff? The pearl or the amethyst on the staff? Like, was that ever explained? I don't recall that being explained. Maybe it's relevant now somehow.
Seems that it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Gravy strikes again. Hey, Crafter, how's it going? Okay, so we've got the parrot and we've got the gravy. We just need, like, one more thing. We have, like, the perfect trifecta of a criminal plan here. Like the parrot dumping gravy or something. I bet those are going to be reoccurring. They're definitely going to be reoccurring elements in the next 3 games. Which doesn't look all well at all. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Gravy Train. You mean Apollo Justice? We're done, Phoenix Wright. It's all about Apollo now. Phoenix Wright is gonna, like, retire or something after this game, I guess. Okay, let me save here. Okay. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night?
Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well.
On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakuta Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said?
Well, let me think.
She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired.
No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training.
Who did it? Who hit you?
I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind.
You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was?
Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Not press her harder. She's on the witness stand. She's gonna get subjected to all the pressing. Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person?
Well, let me think. It was, Oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Maya hiding something? Come on now. She wouldn't lie on the witness stand.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
the spirit that was channeled by Elise Danim, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
So this is like the complete opposite of what Dahlia testified to, because, you know, of course. Because, like, she said that Maya was attacking Dahlia, who was, aka Misty, up against the lantern. But it seems like it was Maya that was up against the lantern? What happened afterwards?
My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think.
You think?
After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what are the two things rolling around in your mind?
My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2.
Of course. I feel like even Larry is more competent.
You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then?
You think you screamed, but you're not sure?
Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope.
Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind.
I wonder what she meant by last hope.
What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Okay, we'll start with this one, but I'll come back around to the other one, maybe. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff?
What? What do you mean by your last hope?
No. That's what you said. You said my last hope.
Huh? What? I said what?
Are we... really? Look, you're facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me.
Yeah.
But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, that's like... What do you call it when that happens?
Maya's not doing so well up there.
Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at.
What'd you just say?
Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help.
The third person. Was it Pearls? Or was it the other person? Whoever she says is not the killer. Maybe.
What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
What do you mean you didn't mean to let that slip out? We're trying to help you here.
Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? You're the attacker. There was another person?
I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
A man?
Wait, what? There is a...
Who is this person? Okay, I want to press for the other things, but... There was another party. So maybe it wasn't Pearls after all. Oh, okay, we're done with that. I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. What the fuck do you mean, a man? A man? Who was this man?
Well, you see... I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? She's used this excuse twice now. Wouldn't that be something if it was actually Butts? But I think he was still in his little shack, his love shack. So I doubt it could have been him. What if it was like Terry Falls or something stupid like that?
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training.
Wait, but I thought that lantern wasn't lit.
Hey, you know what they say? Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
Something warm. You don't mean... Was it...
I didn't know at the time, but... I think it was probably blood.
Wait, what?
She's saying that's when Miss Danim, who was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. Okay, but, like...
I was kind of hoping it was the gravy. I'm still hoping it's the gravy. That'd be funny. So what happened next?
I don't remember.
How were you saved? You don't even remember that.
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad. I worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Okay. What do we present here? Well, it's obviously the lantern, right? Because... Where is it? You can see a man behind me by the light of the stone lantern. Well, we know that lantern's not supposed to be lit. But this was also Dahlia's testimony, and Dahlia's probably lying through her teeth. So there was a man standing behind your attacker?
Yeah.
That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donim, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Well, what do you mean?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. And the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. Cup of cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be pouring potato chips in my coffee, but hey, you know, whatever floats your boat. Mr. Tright's words are on the milk and you're the spoon, Your Honor. Why did Godot have to explain it? Because the judge said so, and wherever the judge says goes, except for when the prosecutor threatens the judge and scares him.
I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony Bart, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What'd you say?
There truly was no light in the garden. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
Nick.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. Spoony Bart, is that a reference? Kind of? I mean, it's a pretty... I wouldn't say common saying, but it's like it's a saying, for sure. If you want to call it a reference, there's a Final Fantasy game. I think it is 6? Or was it 4? It was 4, 5, or 6. It's one of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, and that line is used for one of the characters, and it became a bit of a meme. Kind of around the time, I guess, this game would have released, so you could make the argument they were thinking of that. But it wasn't invented by that game, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Spoony itself is just like another word for horny, basically. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker.
Order! Order! What in the world does all this mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch-black conditions?
Objection.
Drat, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at that scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now, you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is.
What if it's her father? Yo, actually though? Because we don't know who her father is. I don't think they've ever talked about that, but I mean, it's implied that she has one. I don't know about you, but I think it's safe to assume that if she has a mother, she probably has a father. What if?
Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Unless... No, it couldn't have been. There's one other person that we all know that maybe there was a chance could have done it. Oh, but what if it is? There's no way. Wait, you think it was him? Okay, that's not who I was thinking it was. There's another person. I don't think it's him. I don't think it's Godot. That would be one hell of a twist if it was. But I have no reason to believe that. There is another person that is not some mystery man that was on that side of the bridge that night. Potentially. You talk a good game, Trite. Let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what would the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't. Please, stop.
There's a good reason why she's covering it up. Although I would love to meet her father someday. They should bring him into the picture. Because I don't think he's ever been mentioned. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court, and I'm here to find the truth. Can you handle the truth, though?
Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness?
Wait. Oh. Huh. Wait, no. Ah. Oh, okay. Gumshoe, that bastard. Alright, I guess it has to be a profile. I think we're jumping the gun here. But I have an idea. What is visible in the dark? Yeah, you're right, it's probably Mr. Godot and his stupid visor. Is it actually gonna be him? Because it's pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. But why was he there? What would he be doing over there? He had no reason to be anywhere near this place. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Actually, it could have been Gumshoe, you know. Doesn't he carry around a flashlight? He probably has something bright on him. Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
What is this? But it can't be.
There it is. Well, he has a grudge. Who brought him back? Why is he so mad about that? I mean, yeah, we don't know about any of that info, but there could be one person that we know. That Maya would even know. That was a nice bit of deduction. That's right. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Okay, so yeah, he has a grudge, but like the reason he has a grudge is because Mia died. Why would he kill Mia's mother as revenge? That seems kind of weird. Why would you like? What kind of revenge would he possibly extract from that, or exact from? He's mad at Phoenix. What would killing a person that Phoenix has never met, barely even knows exists, how is that going to like satisfy his revenge? Is it well because he's dead, or is it well white? Is it white because he's dead, or is it white because he's being channeled? Oh, yeah, but I mean, it's white because he's being channeled, but who's channeling? That's a good point. Who is Godot? Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya.
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, but for a totally different reason.
What?
Witness, Mr. Wright, what?
Sup, you chattering, Your Honor?
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize till after I woke up, but...
Trying to think who would have white hair. I don't know if we know anyone that has white hair. Like, if we look at the... I mean, we have a lot of people in here, but I don't think we know anyone else that has white hair. The closest is Franziska, but I highly doubt she's able to channel anyone.
When I came to, I was just lying there on the training room hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone, and all of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up too.
Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Because they did it alone, you assumed it was a man. What? What kind of logic is that? Oh yeah, only men could do all that in that amount of time. Okay. Sure. Franziska, she's the secret mastermind behind everything. Yeah, what if Franziska's like secretly a spirit channeler from like Germany or something? So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I mean, it could be Godot for that reason, because, like, if Godot's a prosecutor, he would know what a crime scene should look like. He'd probably be able to fake a crime scene. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural you would think you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume that culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Man, I wish I had a couple more pips, but that's fine. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple, it could only have been the killer. Oh, he's quiet all of a sudden. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with a crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. Ah, okay. That's how you do the double press. Perfect. Good. Why did the other games do this? I'm going to press this again after I press some other things. We'll come back to that one. Which one was that? Okay. We'll have to come back to this one. This is number 2, right? Yeah. So statement 2 we'll come back and press later. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. They probably cleaned it up because it was covered in blood. So they shoveled it away. Snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around the lantern. Although, I feel like removing so much snow and so perfectly is kind of odd. That makes it kind of suspicious, really. There are a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. Alright, you know what? Okay, I'm starting to believe the whole man thing, because, I mean, if it's not her, you know, she couldn't lift the shovel, then... Yeah, you know what? That's a safe assumption, sure. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't she say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. Yeah, scoop up the red snow, kind of pat it around a bit. Wouldn't even know the difference. Looks like there's some mysteries behind this issue. But I think this will help explain them. So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry.
Killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Can we press this again now? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with a crime scene like that? Must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
Oh shit, you're right, it really was Gumshoe. He was trying to clean away the Maya blood the day that we found the garden. He was actually trying to clean up the crime scene. I bet he set it up in the first place. Come on, someone like him would totally be stupid enough to like set it up that way and be like, oh, wait, shit. This isn't gonna work. I gotta clean this up now. He totally did it. It actually would have been Gumshoe. He stole Godot's mask, wore it that night so he could cover himself. That way no one knew it was him. And then he went and killed Maya's mom. And you know what? He probably wouldn't even... It wasn't even premeditated necessarily. He probably just like saw that that Maya was getting attacked and wanted to save her. He was doing it out of heroism. She may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it. And Gumshoe is actually Maya's father. Yo, what if though? Because we don't know who Maya's father is. I don't even know if Maya's father is ever mentioned. Because like apparently the men don't really have anything to do with the whole channeling thing. So why would he be? I hope he is at some point. That'd be kind of neat.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Master of Kurin killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Okay, so maybe we're presenting here, because, I mean, I know the last one was a red herring, but we went through a lot of trouble to unlock this. But we don't have any, like, what is the contradiction here, though? Right? I think it was for my sake the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. Okay, well, why would that be wrong? Oh, you know what? Because if it was him, then wait, why is this here? Yeah! Excellent, I got it. The body of Elise Donin was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. There's only one person who could have missed that, and he already admitted to missing it. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. But why was it written there? Who wrote it there? Was it Missy? If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right. Order, order! But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
I mean, I'm sure I'll get this right. But just in case. The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it.
But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that.
You're right. There is no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident, who could have misseen the bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be? Who is the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing?
It was totally Phoenix Wright. He's just an idiot. Nah, it's definitely this guy. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern? There's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Oh, he was so confident too. That was his mistake. If he said nothing, we would not be in this position right now. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Tribulations. This is the apron delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Strange. The black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? What do you mean you're the what? You explained why. Why are you wondering? Don't play coy.
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
You probably also couldn't see that talisman that was in the snow. I feel like that might be important too. Hey Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason I don't drink red tea. I think by red tea he means black tea, because in Japan it's called red tea. Which, yes, that's as confusing as it sounds. Wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. But why is he the murderer? What was he doing there? Finally figured out the truth. How did he get there? How is he not seen, like, at all during the night? Was he just, like, hiding in the woods? Mr. Godot, defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Faye.
Hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
He did it for the Vine. Unfortunately, I guess he didn't get the memo that Vine was already shut down by this point, because we're in 2017, I think? Or 2018. No, I guess it'd be 2018, technically. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on. How does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. Oh yeah, you're gonna try and use that excuse. The prosecution tried that before. It didn't work too well for them. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, try it. The answer is right there in the crime scene. In the snow? The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not just take out just that area? Yes, why did he take out just that area? Ah, could it be? He didn't know which snow had blood on it. Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow, and so he had to remove all the snow. You couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Is it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would just be able to see fine. It seems that once again this trial's taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Wait just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
I think I might get my wish. I might have just figured out who the real killer is. Can't testify to something like that. Well, why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I'm... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't? I'm afraid I don't follow. You see now, old man? We established this all just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor. Let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me.
Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Wright. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, it began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too.
Let's get her on the stand.
Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first, and cheered her right up.
That's a good point. I mean, like, if that was the first time he got there, right, after the bridge was fixed, yeah, I guess he couldn't have been on that side then. Because he was with us. We met him. Oh, no. Wait, we met him on the Inner Temple side. We have no proof that he was on the main temple side.
Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago. When I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright.
Let's get this cross-examination started. Why not just, like, call Pearl in? She's still here, right? Just get her on the stand. Say, like, yeah, no, what Maya says is correct. I mean, we do know she was stuck on that side, though. So where do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go into the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She had the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Donim. She searched the entire inner temple side end to end. Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There was a storage shack, too. Rose was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. There we go. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? Well, I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who's busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have to show herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Damn, got you there. Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights are even hotter, and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. Freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Well, I cross-examine Maya, that is. Wait, we have to, like, cross-examine Godot through Maya? Oh, this is weird. Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right? Yes, then Mr. Godot found Pearlie first. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. Anyway, I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is that there aren't many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm in the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask him questions, Phoenix style. We'll start cheering Pearls up. So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there, she asked about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearlie. I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that, so I gave her my last cup. Of coffee? Oh, with milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
What a sweet story. Get a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? I feel like he probably had thermoses, plural. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Donim. Okay. I need to go and ask the other question. Godot's investigation. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the trading hall. Beauty? Misty Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed to the prep room? I'm surprised Phoenix, like, deciphered whatever Godot-ism that was supposed to be. I didn't even realize that he was talking about the gravy. Wait a sec, what did Godot just say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Oh shit, what? Wait, wait, go, okay, run that back. Play it again. What do you mean you found? I'm pressing that again. Hang on, I need to reread this. Okay. So he did some investigating of his own. Apparently he didn't find anything. Because he missed the blood on the lantern, of course. Because he can't see it. Only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Misty Faye, is he talking about the banner? He must be, right? Stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste, yeah. The gravy-colored banner. Wait a sec, what did Godot just say now? I think I found his proverbial weak spot. Yeah. Do we present the banner? Wait, you see it? Okay, let's take a look at the banner here. Check. Was he able to see the picture through the gravy? What would cause that? Are his goggles thermal vision? Like, are they actually literally Geordie LaForge goggles and they see infrared? Because that's the only thing I could see. Is that he saw, like, the warm... He saw the difference in temperature between the warm... But then how would he have seen, like, the actual picture? Because that's not going to show up in thermal vision. Wait, we can... okay, let's just see both versions. Like, he somehow saw this, despite the fact of this. That's kind of something. I'm guessing that's going to be the key here. But I'm not really sure how yet. She looked around, couldn't find anyone. Next day, bridge was finally fixed. She was in the spare prep room. That's when Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. Found Pearly first and cheered her right up. Did he not find... But he just said he never went there before. Oh, I see. Yeah. Because if that was his first time going... For the first time. So this, we present this. Oh my god. Okay. No, I like that. That was good. Because, yeah, he didn't... That was his... He went to find pearls first. The only way he could have known of what that poster looked like before the gravy is if he was there before. He just slipped. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up.
The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother.
Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
Wait, what do you mean wonderfully delicious smell? What kind of gravy is this? How does this gravy... that gravy has been staying on there for how many days now? Like 3, maybe? 2 or 3 days. There's no way in hell that gravy smells delicious. If the judge thinks that's delicious, I have many questions about his tastes. There is no way dried, crusty, 2-day-old gravy, it's probably moldy by now too, can possibly smell good. I don't care who you are. Delicious, fermented, moldy gravy. My favorite. Morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy.
Gravy? But why gravy, Nick?
Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. What? Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes?
Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there.
Ah, that. It's the mark of the master, correct?
Exactly, so if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess there was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes.
Oh.
Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the Inner Temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed.
That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene.
Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan.
Huh? What did you say?
Is it really possible another person knew of the plan? Is it because of this? Oh, once night falls, someone should be there. Oh, it says we're at the first place. That's got to be it. A Japanese scroll is Japanese clothing. I mean, hey, for all we know, she was wearing a clown suit. Okay? You can't tell through that gravy. You know, maybe he made a lucky guess. But that was a terrible time to make a lucky guess. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed?
Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. If you still insist this crafty killer is me, you bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden.
If you really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. She got that supreme kimono. She's got that Japanese drip. She's ready to do some sick spirit channeling.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit to the detention center?
Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. But no one knew who Mr. Godot was up until, like, the first trial of this game. And the first case of this game was less than a year ago, right? Or when was the date on the first case with Phoenix in this game? So I guess that would be case number 2? When did the first case take place? It was after February. I mean, maybe he was like a really new prosecutor. Yeah, we still don't know where he came from in that regard.
Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness as coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. Or do you? I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I'm going to save...
Knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trey. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Sorry, but at this point in my life, I'm a lone wolf. I got no connection to that person whatsoever. Darn it, I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Fuck. Man, I was like on a roll. I was like, hell yeah. This is where they're gonna reveal that Godot is Maya's father. It would have been so perfect. Okay, then it's gotta be Misty, or not Misty, Morgan. It was gonna be one of them. I was thinking, like, man, it's gonna turn out that, like, Maya's father is just as good of a spirit channeler as she is. Channeled this Diego guy. But no, it's probably gonna be Morgan. I feel like the better angle is that he would not want to kill the mother of Mia Fey rather than saying he doesn't have a connection to Maya. He would not want to kill the mother, but then why would he kill her then? Oh! Wait. Is he actually the father of Iris, or not Iris, well, I guess Dahlia. Yeah, so it would be Morgan then, wouldn't it? It's gotta be Morgan then, is the common link. Because why would he be at the detention center when for Morgan? Like, why would he be there eavesdropping on a conversation between those two? It's gotta be Pearl's father, because I wonder because Misty, I think, was Misty channeling Dolly at the time? Yeah, Misty was channeling Dolly at the time. So maybe he killed her because he saw Dahlia, and it was actually Dahlia that he was going after, and not Misty. He didn't mean to kill Misty, he meant to kill Dahlia. Or Dahlia or Iris or whoever. Probably Iris, because he would have known that Dahlia was already dead. It's gotta be Morgan. He was in on the plan the whole time. He was mentioned in the notes. It just got burned off. It's gotta be it. No? Okay. Who else would be the connection? We're saying he doesn't have a connection to Maya. Yeah, he would not want to kill her. I'll just save a little closer. Why not? Okay, so he's saying a lone wolf, so maybe it's not a woman, then? Maybe that's the hint? That's a man? But what man would be the connection here? My face is a lot more than a stranger to you. One person who lies at the very center of this whole story. Person that ties you and my fate together inextricably. Well, could it be Iris then? Even though I just said it wasn't possibly a woman? Oh, wait, it's Mia. Duh. Yeah. Of course it's Mia. This whole game has been about Godot and Mia. That's been the theme between every single case with Godot in it. There's a very good reason why Maya Faye's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Faye's only sister. Mia Faye. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell. Should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. This explains why he wanted to kill, quote-unquote, Misty. Because it wasn't actually Misty, it was someone that was involved in this case. Mia Faye's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. He and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. The one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Oh, here it comes. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspaper at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. Okay, well, I guess that's a little easier to grasp than him actually dying and coming back to life. You know, despite this being a world full of people swinging across random ropes to swinging bodies on ropes of bridges and actual spirit channeling. Although it doesn't explain the visor. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. Lost my sight. All of my hair turned white due to damage it caused. Oh, you know what? Sure, I can accept that. That actually makes sense. I was trying to think like how a poison could fuck up your eyes, but yeah. There's definitely poisons out there that screw up your nervous system, so... You know what? I can see it. I don't know if there's any like real-world occurrences of a poison messing with your eyesight, but there's definitely poisons that mess with your nervous system. You remember doing a case as Show from The World Ends With You. Wait, what? Is that this game or is that a different game? Or are you talking about... Maybe you're referring to... The only person I could see that sounds remotely close to someone like that could be from a game like that is... Are you talking about like the guitar guy? Like, I think he's a prosecutor from Apollo Justice, the next game. I don't know who he is. But that's like the only person that comes to mind that makes me think of The World Ends With You. Oh, it's a fan game. Oh. I mean, I guess there's probably a number of like games out there to try and mimic the Phoenix Wright style. There's actually another series that I would like to play through after this at some point. Maybe not right after this, because there's a lot of games that we still need to play. But there's another series that is a Phoenix Wright like, and it does something. It's pretty good. At least I played the first one of it, and it was pretty good. So I wouldn't mind streaming those. Very similar games to this.
That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
Yeah, you can put it in like the general chat or something. I'm curious to take a look at it. I don't know anything about The World Ends With You, so I don't know how much I'd get out of it, but it'd be interesting to see. I'm happy to see that there's other Phoenix Wright-esque games out there, because I feel like this is a style that you could probably adapt to a number of different, types of worlds with different types of scenarios, different rules and all that. Like Phoenix Wright, for better or worse, it's a fairly standard, realistic world. Like it uses logic that you would expect from the real world. It expects you it respects your knowledge of reality. It establishes the rules that don't respect reality, such as the spirit channeling and stuff. But for the most part, it's like fairly grounded and realistic. So it'd be neat to see more games that are like Phoenix Wright but have like more custom rules, because I think it would add more like creativity and different kinds of mysteries you could solve. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there's only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? First was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of a man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
Am I the reason for living? She goes by the name of Mia Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the codeine village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about it. That's how you overheard Pearls' visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She'd been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean, officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said that the Master of Akurian had a great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. Police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor.
So my mother was cooperating with you?
So wait, her mother wanted her dead? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. Or was she trying to protect her? I'm confused.
She was always...
That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Oh, that's why she channeled Dahlia, because she was trying to do the same thing that Maya ended up doing, and that was try and control Dahlia. But, like, why go there to do it? If you... Did she know Maya was gonna be there? If that was the idea, then why not, like, go literally anywhere else and channel Dahlia? And just, like, lock yourself in a room, channel Dahlia, and then just, like, wait until it all blows over. Or maybe or just, like, kill yourself in your room or something. I don't know.
The staff, the one with the sword in it.
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Oh, she was just going to be like her bodyguard. She wasn't planning to channel anyone. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price.
Mother.
So she was willing to kill Pearls. That night, the night of the crime, there's just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne.
Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together.
I'll take a look at it. Curious to see what people are up to in the Phoenix Wright fan community. Because I haven't really kept tabs on that sort of thing. But I'll take a look at it. I mean, I've got my hands full with like the actual Phoenix Wright games, so I don't think I'd want to plan to do anything anytime soon. But I'll definitely keep it in mind. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up.
She was worried and followed me to the inner temple.
That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body.
What? What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. Now it all makes sense. It was all to protect her. As Master of Kurin, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Cadeau. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Wright. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself.
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot.
Well, Wright,
You're the real deal. Finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. So that's why I went dark for Dahlia, because she was stabbed while being channeled by Misty. Exactly. Misty had to channel Dahlia because she had no choice. She was worried about Maya. Thought that maybe Pearls would go through with the channeling, so she channeled first, and that put her in the unfortunate position of being right where Dahlia wanted to be, which was to kill Maya. So it's a good thing Godot was there to kill Misty in first before that happened. Because remember, once you channel someone, if it's a strong spirit, it's hard to unchannel them. Like, you can't just summon her away. And in this case, it was kind of a catch-22, because even if Misty unchanneled Dahlia, then Pearls would just do it. And then Pearls would come over. Now, it sounds like Misty was willing to kill Pearls, so I'm kind of wondering why they didn't just let Pearls come over to the inner temple and then, like, ambush her as Dahlia? Maybe they thought that was too risky. Maybe Misty was really confident that she could control. I mean, she was the master of the technique after all. Like, she'd probably be one of the strongest channelers around. It kind of seemed reasonable to think that she might have been able to control her. But, I mean, as we've proven throughout the entire trilogy so far, you can't really control the spirit that you're channeling. They kind of become their own person. Because, like, the channeler loses conscious and all that, so I don't really know why she would think that. I think the better strategy would have been just, like, I don't know why she didn't just lock herself in a room or something, or channel her. Like, really what she should have done is the very thing that Dahlia ended up doing, which was locking up her, or getting herself, or what Maya did. Channeled Dahlia, locked herself in a room, and just waited. That's all she did. I don't know why Misty didn't do that. That would have probably been the way better solution. Lock herself in a room, channel Dahlia, and waited. Or even just, I don't know, figure out a way to kill herself. Somehow. Like poison her drink or something. Godot's action could be considered self-defense because he was basically a bodyguard for Maya. I mean, maybe. I have a feeling, though, this was cold-blooded murder. I don't think we're going to be selling for the self-defense. It would be nice to see Godot again, but I have a feeling that he's gone, unfortunately. I mean, maybe. There's another 3 games. Maybe there's some way he can come back, but I have a feeling this is it for him.
No, Nick. Please, don't.
Maya.
I heard the whole thing. From my sister, in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too.
Maya, I know that.
Nick.
But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Faye, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. Even though Dahlia was the person there and not Misty. Well, yeah, but I mean, that sort of conundrum was something that came up in 2-2. It's like, who's actually responsible, right? Is it the person doing the channeling? Is it the person being channeled? Like, who is actually responsible for the crime? It seemed implied in this case that the person being channeled is responsible, because they take total control of everything. So if you can prove that someone is currently possessing another person, then the body, the owner of the body, can be let off scot-free. It sounds like that seems to be the ruling we're going with here in this series. So I'm curious to see. I'm sure there's going to be more cases like this in the future. I doubt this is the last we've seen of this.
I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? So Godot killed someone who was already dead, but it also resulted in Misty sacrificing herself. Yep. And I think Misty, it sounded like Misty was definitely willing to do this, but I feel like there is definitely better ways to go about doing it.
Like, if... I don't know, did she just, like, not expect someone else to try channeling Dahlia? Like, was she not expecting Pearls to be there? I don't know, it just... The reasoning seems... It's not that it's shaky, it's just, like... It makes Misty seem kind of stupid. Like, if all you wanted to do was stop Dahlia, then figure out how to lock yourself in a room, like Maya did. Maya was able to figure it out. Maya was able to channel Dahlia and then lock herself up. It didn't totally work out because they were able to swap in the end, but that's kind of what she did. I mean, they were able to swap because of unknowingly someone let her out, but still.
Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness.
So we still don't know 2 things. Who wrote Maya in blood upside down? And why is there the victim's blood? Why is there Misty's blood on the pearl? On the amethyst sphere that was on her staff?
These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden.
Things break, Wright. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. And whose blood is on the dagger? Well, we cut back the results. They weren't able to do a full analysis, but we know the dagger was... It's not the victim's blood. So someone else got stabbed, which is interesting. But yeah, that's probably going to be important. So this is probably going to be important. This one, and this one. We already used that one, but it's probably going to be these 4 items. We still haven't used this. And then everything over here has been used pretty extensively.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Alright, this is it. The final testimony. Maybe it's Dahlia's? It can't be, because Dahlia was dead. It's Dahlia is possessing Misty's body, but if that body gets stabbed, it's going to be Misty's blood inside. So it can't be that can't be it, because at the time Misty was channeling Dahlia. So, and we know it's not the victim's blood. It's not Misty's blood on the knife. So she wasn't stabbed with it. Yeah, it's kind of weird because like it seems like the channeling affects your appearance, but it doesn't like actually change your body makeup. From what I understand, anyways. It just makes you look like the person, but it doesn't actually make you into that person. But I don't know, maybe there'll be a case in a future game that like goes over it more. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that.
Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either.
I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but... But just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. After all, there was a person I couldn't identify in front of me.
Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment. Heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. I mean, maybe my explanation will get proven wrong in this very case. Maybe there'll be, like, a reason to think that it was Dahlia's blood. Like, DNA reason to think it. Maybe we're about to establish that. Maybe I'm wrong. Could be the case. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
What if it's Godot's blood? Maybe the knife was what stabbed Godot? You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever had to in one life. Although I feel like if Godot got stabbed, you know, he would have been in immense pain. And he probably wouldn't have been present for the investigation the day after.
So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so. But...
They went out.
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean? If the red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight,
Maybe the mask was damaged.
or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Wright? Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. What could have really happened then? The batteries just ran out. That would be unfortunate. What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
Scream that you heard then. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? He's a man, he rubbed some dirt on it, it was all good. Hey, I mean, you're right. I mean, the last guy that had a severe, tragic injury, he just brushed it off and walked away. He never did anything about it for like 15 years. I mean, we eventually caught him, and that was like the proof we needed to put him away. But, yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, maybe he just walked off a stab wound, you know? Pick up a little snow, cool it off, try and wash out the wound, sterilize it, you know? Could very well have done that.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? Well, that means it was probably Godot.
So then that scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it.
I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
But what about the knife?
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Seems like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this. That interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that testified. She could have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. That's the knife. If you're so sure about it, don't keep us waiting any longer, Wright. There's only one thing I can think of. That could have been used as a weapon here. I'm gonna save. Yes, I don't think we're getting any new evidence. So I think this is safe. Dahlia Hawthorne had been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim. Actually, funny thing about that, have you forgotten that the blood has already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood,
It must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Oh, we're doing it again! We're doing it again! It's just like the first game. Except we don't have a metal detector this time. So you say the blood in this dagger belongs to the killer? Alright, Godot, I want you to strip. Right in the court. Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Strip, 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 strip. Order! Order in the court! Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Doesn't it take like a really long time to do a proper DNA test? Hence why they couldn't test the blood properly? Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That it can't be. You're confused? Confused about what? What, the idea of like Godot stripping in the middle of a courtroom? What's confusing about that? You don't want to see that? In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood. It doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. Oh yeah? You can prove it? Where's your evidence? You're making the claim. Back it up. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Ooh! How the turn's tabled. Maya? This dagger... You said it wounded the killer. That's right. But... If Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should have a bloody or have a rip in them, right? I mean, he probably has more than one suit. Why do we want him to strip? Because we think that he got stabbed, like, 1 day ago. So he should have a gaping wound or, like, bandages or, I mean, at worst or at best a scar. Something to prove that he was stabbed. Because it should be a very fresh wound if he was stabbed. Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. Ah, that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never even had a chance to change his clothes. Wow, she's right. Order in the court. What the witness says is... Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. Who's the witness here? But... no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judges take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. Oh yeah, I always make sure to take all my clothes off before committing a crime. You know, you wouldn't want to get them dirty or anything. I mean, why do you think I paint naked? That way he wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Wait, do you think Travis Touchdown didn't take his clothes off? Hey, Bayonetta does it.
It works for her. Why can't it work for him?
If me and Faye were here. So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? I'm gonna save right here. You've accused Mr. Kiddo of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence?
Question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted. Yo, we got the original theme! That's good. A fight until the bitter end, Wright. This is just one piece of evidence that can prove your point. Why don't we go for the ultimate penalty? Oh, it's all in. Our pips don't even matter anymore. This is it. The final present? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Yeah, Bayonetta takes her clothes off every time she fights. Like, that's how her clothes work. Her clothes are her weapons. Because her clothes are made of hair, and her hair is the weapon. I mean, they nerf it in Smash Brothers, but yeah, if you ever play the games, you watch the games, just watch how, like, whenever she attacks, she strips. Because she's using her clothes, she's transferring them into her weapons as her attacks. Give me a break. You got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. One proof Bayonetta did take her clothes off because now oh, they do! I mean, the game's a rated M. That's like her entire lore. Her whole thing is that, like, witches use their hair to channel demons. And she also uses her hair as her clothing because it's like, it's magical, so it also protects her. So every time you attack, every time you punch or kick or anything, or do any sort of special attack, she gets naked. That's like her entire thing. She does it in Smash Brothers, and she does it in her games. She doesn't do it as much in Smash Brothers because the games are rated T, or E10+, not M, but she definitely does it in her games. She gets, like, as naked as one could possibly get in an M-rated game. And it's probably the de facto reason those games are rated as such. Yeah, just go watch any playthrough of Bayonetta, and it's like the very first thing you're gonna see. Or like, go find a compilation of her special attacks. You'll notice it right away. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's see what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? That would be why the lights went out. This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there was no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. Final stop, Trite. Let's see what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Oh shit, what? I thought we were gonna get like... killer hid his wound... Where? Okay, how do we do this? How do we... Killer hid his wound somehow. Are we finally going to see him without his mask as Godot? I hope so. I want to see his scar. Do we present his profile because it's got like a picture of his visor? Because like I'm assuming he got stabbed in the face. Like he got stabbed in the face somewhere beneath his visor. It's the only place he could have hidden a wound. He could have easily like wiped off the blood off his visor if he needed to. It wouldn't have stained anything. Where else could he have been stabbed? I don't have any like literal evidence that would explain such a thing, do I? No, I don't. I don't think so. It's gotta be his profile. I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I do know is you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? Wait, was that the answer? Did I do it? I'm confused. What was that just now? Mia. It can't be. Yo, did Phoenix get stand powers in the last like 10 seconds? You're living on through him. We gotta get going, see you later. Alright, well thanks for stopping by. I feel like we're really close to the end, but I mean, it is pretty late as well. I thought this was going to be over sooner. I was worried this stream was going to be too short, and yet here we are at like 2 a.m. But have a good night, Gradient. Thanks for coming by. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Unmask, unmask, strip, 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 strip. Do it, do it, do it. Is he gonna do it? Damn it! No! He's just drinking more coffee. I can't believe it. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I can never forgive you. That's what I thought.
Mr. Godot.
But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me.
Yourself?
I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. Ace Attorney co-op when? Yo, that'd be kind of cool. I wonder how that would work, though. Well, okay, there's that, like, online roleplay client for Ace Attorney, right? Couldn't you just have, like, two people as, like, the defense stand? They like have like a private chat they can discuss things with. That could be kind of like a co-op thing, and they can both like present evidence and talk and have like characters that appear on screen. That could kind of work. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid beneath the mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now anyway.
What do you mean?
Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away.
Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick?
But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? Copy in defense of as Shower Neku from 20. Well, Corey's Phoenix, right? No, I don't want to be Godot. Fuck that. Godot's cooler. I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all.
Huh?
I think I was just trying to salvage what was left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more.
That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me.
You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save me, Aya.
Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It's like I was dreaming. Not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye?
Watch the end of the morning. Alright, well have a good night, Wings. Yeah, I'll definitely this should be uploaded by tomorrow for sure. Ghidorah's defense would be funny, but its custom characters would pre-make custom original game cases. Ooh. Yeah, I mean its defense, or doesn't someone have to play prosecution though? I'd be fine with that.
Was my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything.
Mr. Godot. Is that number 17?
I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando.
Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me.
There's the blood! Oh shit.
Thanks.
Your wound. It's bleeding. Damn it, I wanted him to take off the visor. Maybe he can't remove the visor. Maybe it's just stuck on there.
Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears.
Tears? One could even say bloody tears.
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando.
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over.
This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant.
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained it to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I was willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you.
Apologize? To me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice. The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria at this very courthouse. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way, it can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia.
I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny.
What? Why? Do we need this? That's just mean.
You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
What the fuck? But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation or surveillance. She couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place.
But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened.
That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. Iris. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
I have something to say to you, too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? He's drinking coffee! Yeah, I think you're right. Holy shit! The purpose of this trial is to rule in the murder of the victim, Elise Tonim. At some point, I expect you'll be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Court is now adjourned. Yeah, I feel like they could have probably taken their feelings outside the courtroom. I'm sure the judge was just sitting there listening to all things like, man, when these two bozos gonna finish talking about their past relationship? I wanna get home. He's got lunch to eat. It's like already 5 o'clock. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended. Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand.
Of course, justice was served.
Mia.
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible.
You mean, with that verdict?
I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be.
Get her over Maya's body. She's not in Maya's body. She's in Pearl's body. Pearl's doing this.
There's nothing more you can learn from me. Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix.
Handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer.
Nick. Maya. I guess it's just like my sis said.
Mia? What'd she say?
That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back to my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But... come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, Sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya.
Oh, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You're brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Franziska! Still as soft as always, Phoenix Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
Mr. Edgeworth, what did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me.
Helping you?
If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial. Fence wouldn't have gone in anywhere.
Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day.
Yes, he lay in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Ouch, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska.
Why the fuck are you here? Get out of here. You don't belong here.
There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry.
What's with the, longer than usual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I was gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good.
Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, G?
Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well too? My beauty cannot possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're gonna be model for my next picture book. Francie's whippity whip the... Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The paint of Pearl is pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Why is Fran cute? Oh, wait until you see the bottom half of her sprite. Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I guess I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly!
Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that happened.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either.
Ziska. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. And no small part thanks to Phoenix, right, of course. I think I understand how she feels.
Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she really realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can.
I don't know if I can't remember if they actually ever showed it, but you can go look at her like promotional art and everything, and they show her full body. Also, the anime shows her full body several times. I don't think now that I think about it, I don't think it's ever shown in the games. I think this is all we get to see of it.
What do you mean by now is exactly the time?
Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya's trying her best not to cry.
Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya. Edgeworth, I think I'm starting to understand too.
Ow! So tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for?
Her mom? Maybe? I don't know who else it would be. I mean, watching your mom die, but like, no, it has to be someone else, because... Is it Mia? It's gotta be one of those two, right? Dare I look it up? I kinda am curious what this one's supposed to be. I feel like it's gotta be Mia or her mom. I don't know who else it could be. Let's see, this one maybe? Yeah, I'll go with this one. Oh, it is. Oh, it's Godot, apparently. I would never have guessed that. Oh, wait, no. It's Pearl. But I thought, okay, that would be the last person I would have thought of because, like, that seemed like the obvious thing. I thought we were talking about someone else other than Pearl, but sure, I guess it's Pearl, apparently.
Well, Faye.
The poor kid. After all, the reason that she works so hard to follow the instructions. I mean, Pearl makes sense, but I thought, like, we were talking about someone other than Pearl, so I just dismissed it as a possible option. Poor kid. After all, the reason she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. It's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Faye's mother was killed and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. That's exactly why Maya's putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake. Until she can see her smile again.
Oh, hey. So this is where y'all were. Well, looks like we got quite the bunch here today. Well, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations for a first-class restaurant, French restaurant tonight.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean...
Très bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, grandbaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. For now, I'll be back at the loser's shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya. What's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before.
As I figured, she's been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, what is it, Belle? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls.
Nick?
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. Maybe a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Ah!
Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't.
But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. Wow, this is a long epilogue.
Hazakura Temple.
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started.
What's this? You're all back again so soon. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie's here? She's in the trading hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay.
Oh, hey, they cleaned the poster.
Pearlie's not here.
Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. Was it pearls that did it?
Someone cleaned it off.
It's gotta be pearls.
Mystic Maya! Pearlie! Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya? Mystic Maya? I swore that I would never trouble the two of you again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother...
That's why you came here.
It's the least I could do to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother's gone, but... How do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After disowning honoring the good name of Corinne, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She'll always be with me till the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die.
It's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was the contents.
That's... a photo? Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando. And Maya's mother, too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things are finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today.
But I still can't.
Oh, go on, sweetie.
You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 when you come back. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mr. Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? That'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right?
That's not part of the course, is it?
We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I can just say one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too.
Well then, here goes nothing. That was a great finale. It really does feel like the end of an era. And yet we still have 3 more games after this. Well, of the main series anyways. Hopefully she doesn't get captured again. I hope that we're done with that. I mean, there's at least one game where she never gets captured or accused or ends up on the witness stand or anything like that. It's just a normal adventure. If I remember correctly anyways. Wow, Phoenix actually went through the special course after all. There's apparently a harder version of the course then. Oh no. Okay, Pearl is clearly secretly evil. She's gonna be the villain at some point. Calling it now. We're gonna see like a grown-up Pearl, and she's gonna actually be like the accused. Wow, he got his old coat back. And apparently she's still working there. Also, apparently the crime scene still exists. You can see on the left there that the crime scene still hasn't been cleaned up after all this time, despite the fact that the case itself has been closed. Hey brother, how's it going? You just missed the finale of Phoenix Wright 3. Apparently the exhibit was a success. Did you learn how to use a whip from Von Karma? Let's not see what Andrew's learned. You always have perfect timing. Yeah, and unfortunately this is like the real finale. Like this game, we're done this game. Like this is it. But that leads me to the next bit I wanted to talk about. So we're done the first trilogy of games, and there are still obviously several other Phoenix Wright games. Now, originally my plan was to play through Miles Edgeworth, the Ace Investigator duology. But since they announced an official localization of the 2 games, and that comes out in September, I decided to skip them for now, and we'll move on to something else. So I wanted to see what everyone else thought. I've got a poll that I'm going to link now. And you guys can like vote on it if you want. But there's 2 things I was considering, since we're gonna save the Miles games for a little bit. But there's a link to the poll at the bottom of that command there.
And the two choices, of course, being Apollo Justice, otherwise known as Phoenix Wright 4, and we start play through the next trilogy of games, or we take a break and do a bit of a spin-off, do one of the spin-offs, in this case being the Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright crossover game, which is kind of like, I would almost say like a bit of an epilogue, a victory lap of a finale for the original trilogy, as it was just kind of like, it was the first 3DS Phoenix Wright game, technically speaking, and it has like, it's best played after you play the original trilogy. It doesn't have any like spoilers or anything from like Apollo Justice. That it's not technically canon, but if you had to place it in the timeline somewhere, you could say it takes place between 3 and 4. But technically it's not canon. But it kind of, to me anyways, it feels like a proper like ending to this whole thing. So go and place your votes if you're interested in watching more Phoenix Wright. You can go and vote for which game you'd like to see next. Eventually everything will get played. It's just a matter of the order things are played in. You're coming on your birthday month? Yeah, the Edgeworth duology I think comes out in September. I can't remember exactly what days it was, but I'm gonna save those two games for then. So in the meantime, we still have the Apollo Justice trilogy. We have Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton. We have the Great Ace Attorney duology. So those are the three other things. I'm gonna definitely save the Great Ace Attorney stuff for last, most likely. So basically it just boils down to, do we play Apollo Justice next, or are we gonna play Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright next? The Professor Layton game is probably going to be a lot closer to this. Apollo Justice will be whatever Apollo Justice is, because I don't know a lot about it. So yeah, go place your vote, and then come, well, I don't know if next week. It's probably not going to be next week, because I'll probably still be playing Dawn Trail next Tuesday. But whenever the next not Dawn Trail Tuesday stream, that's when the next game will start. And it'll be either Phoenix Wright 4, Apollo Justice, or we'll play through the Professor Layton game. One or the other. Yeah, the Steam Summer Sale also starts tomorrow too. So that's another thing. I forgot about that. Is it tomorrow? Oh yeah, because, I mean, yeah, technically tomorrow, because today's Wednesday. So yeah. Wow, we're still going through this. Oh no. She had to make an appearance? Why? This game is ruined now. I hope that she never makes an appearance ever again. I think her and, what's her face? Lotta Hart. I hope they don't make an appearance in the next trilogy. I can say with, like, absolute certainty, though, that barely any pre-existing characters appear in Professor Layton game. If you've never seen the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover, it's really good. Like, it feels like a full Phoenix Wright game and a full Professor Layton game. Well, actually, maybe a bit of a smaller Professor Layton game, but it's a very full Phoenix Wright game. But it's got like its own original cast. I think there's like 4 characters that appear at the very start, and then after that, like, the only characters that appear is like Phoenix Wright and Maya. Why do Godot's VA share a name with you? Oh, really? I didn't see what Godot's name was. Oh, damn, did Butts draw that? That's pretty good, actually. Maybe he is a decent artist after all. I really would love to see Godot again, but I'm sure he's arrested now. He's probably gone. It's unfortunate. The best prosecutor, and we know for a fact we'll never get to see him again. It sucks. But that's it. That's all 3 of the original Ace Attorney trilogy complete. So next time on Phoenix Wright, we'll be playing through either the next trilogy or maybe a spin-off. Take a little break, do a little sidetrack, and play a spin-off. Not sure. Your votes will decide. I don't know if that's going to be next Tuesday or the week after that. Depends how long it takes to play through Dawn Trail, really. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm especially excited either way because Apollo Justice I've never played before. I've never really seen before. I don't know anything about it really. But the Professor Layton game is probably one of my favorite Professor Layton games. It's a really good crossover. And it's a shame that's stuck on the 3DS. But, I mean, that's okay for me. I have ways to stream it. But it's definitely a very good game in its own right. His VA is James and I forgot the last and middle name. Oh, okay. Yeah, I must have missed that. I was like looking away at chat, I guess, when it came up. But that will definitely be it for today. I hope everyone enjoyed. I will be back tomorrow with some rhythm game stream. And then Friday will be the start of Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. I will be streaming at like, what was it, 3 a.m. or 4 a.m.? I have to double check the exact time, but I'm planning to stream pretty much when the servers come back online. So 4 a.m. Friday morning, my time. It's currently 2:30 in the morning right now. So whatever time that is for you, that's when there'll be streams. The Dawn Trail streams are going to be very, very weird and not like typical schedule. Maybe VC for Apollo. I don't really do VC on streams. I'd rather not do that sort of thing, unfortunately. Sorry. That's like the one hard rule. I might have done something like that in the past, but unless it's with like people I know in real life, no, I'd rather not. But yeah, I mean, if you haven't placed your vote, definitely go do that. I'll post the link again here, just in case it got like scrolled up too much. I'm also going to post it in the Discord as well as an announcement in case anyone missed it, wasn't here for it. But yeah, definitely go and do your thing. If it ends up being a tie or something, I'll just like flip a coin and whatever comes up is what gets picked. I'll probably just end up deciding the day of, basically. So you have lots of time to vote. But in the meantime, thank you all for watching tonight. Have a good night, everyone. And I will see you next time.